right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, May 19th, 2020 meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We will begin with a flag salute led by our County Counsel, Karen Schwab. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. First, I'm going to note that my colleague, Supervisor Gustafson, and I are wearing lime green, and that is because it is Mental Health Awareness Month, and we actually have a resolution on our consent agenda recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month. And so we are supporting the cause, and Supervisor Holmes has a lime green tie on as well. So we wanted to make sure it's sort of lime green. It's green, right? Right. I mean, how many of us have lime green in our wardrobes? I happen to have lime green in my wardrobe. So actually, even in regards to that, this is sort of a reminder that during these challenging times with families, if folks have challenges, reach out to somebody. We actually have a hotline through our Health and Human Services Department, and you can go to our website and get services for help if you're having a challenging time. We would encourage that. We are going to read the public participation procedures. We are able to have our public comment via Zoom today, which is great, so I'll have the clerk read the procedures.
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Placer County citizens, the public comment for the Board of Supervisors meeting will be offered through a remote call-in line or virtually through the Zoom meeting webinar, utilizing the raise hand function for the public comment. The board chambers will be closed to the public attendance. Citizens who wish to comment should call in at 530-886-1800 or log in to the Zoom meeting to sign up for public comment.
Thank you, Megan. Next, we'll move to board member and county executive reports. Do we have any board members who have any updates, reports? Don't see anything from you, Todd? All right.
Nothing right now.
We'll move to the consent agenda. And if you'll read the procedures, Megan.
All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be moved for discussion.
All right, do we have items to be pulled? Supervisor Euler.
Yes, I would like item 19A, the Health and Human Services budget amendment request in response to COVID, and I'm thinking if we can pull that and just have that as part of our discussion at the time to item when that comes up.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson?
Yes, I'd like item 21A, which is the West Shore pedestrian improvements, pulled, as well as item 23C, which is the cooperative law enforcement agreement with the Forest Service.
All right, thank you. So we have those items that are pulled.
Yes, Chair, one other item, item 14C is not ready to be considered at this point. We'd like to table that item, bring it back at a later date.
All right, we'll take 14C off of the agenda for today. Anybody from the public want to pull any items? Have you seen anything?
And I will say that in spite of the obvious temptation to pull 17A, the certification of the March election, I'm just going to let that go.
Thank you for your humor. We always appreciate it. All right, no requests. So with that, all right, we have a motion by Holmes, second by Wygant, and roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Or?
Yes. All right, what we'll do is we'll do public comment first before we bring those other two items, and that way the folks who are waiting on public comment, we can take public comment, and then we'll take the items that we pulled off of consent, if that sounds all right with others. So we'll go ahead with public comment, and we will keep public comment to 3 minutes, please. And for those who are joining us via Zoom, you're welcome to keep your video on or off, whichever you prefer.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hello.
Hi. Please state your name for the record. Good morning. Can you state your name?
Catherine Clune.
Okay, Catherine, go ahead.
This is Catherine Clune. We own a home in North Star that we rent when we are not there ourselves. I am really stressed about our financial future with the unknown ability to accept rentals. We need your help to be as prepared as possible to reopen, so I've got 3 questions. What phase will the short-term rental ban be lifted? Will the SDR ban be lifted for all short-term rentals in Placer County at the same time? And when will you be providing guidance on the rules for reopening short-term rentals? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Nancy Jo Rixey.
Go ahead, Nancy.
This is an email I sent to Cindy yesterday. I am copying a group of concerned downrange residents, 17 with more contacting me every day, that have been affected by the past increase of noise and percussive reflective sound, as well as the increased usage of ATC facilities beyond historic hours days for the past 3 years. The wall did give us some reduction in the last year, but none that meets the Placer County Noise Ordinance 9.36. With the wall down, some of us are experiencing decibel levels up to and sometimes over 100, when maximum level outlined in the noise ordinance should be no higher than 70. Since the lifting from the county allowing ATC to return to shooting, they have returned to 3 days a week. I am not confident, nor are the other residents confident, that the county will hold them to this in the future, considering the amount of county influencers that are members of this club. At the March 9th Board of Supervisors meeting, the motion and ruling from the board, I thought, was to hold ATC to the removal of the top portion of the wall within 90 days and request staff to look into the removal of the remainder of the wall and to investigate ATC's historic hours of operation and bring this information back to the board in 90 days for comment, including public, and then the ruling and decision would be made. The entire wall was allowed by county staff to be taken down before the 90 days was up and without public comment. This makes me assume that staff and county influencers will allow ATC to return to it 7 days a week, all hours of the day and night, without getting input from the people that have been affected by the blatant misuse of this facility and lack of code enforcement by the county. The Board of Supervisors, CEO, County Council, and Director, etc., need to enforce Placer County Noise Ordinance 9.36.060 sound limits for sensitive receptors and remove ATC from accepted 9.360.3010 exemptions, as well as Placer County Code Zoning Ordinance 5459-B 17.60.120 non-conforming uses. Auburn Trap Club has significantly changed their on-site activities and definitely changed their hours and days of operation. ATC increased shooting from 3 days a week to 7 days a week without ever getting to use permit, and therefore has been in violation of this ordinance for the last 3 years. We think it is about time for our District 5 supervisor and the rest of the Board of Supervisors to enforce these ordinances and abide by the declaration they have put in place for the residents of Placer County, and stop letting the county influencers impact these decisions. And I quote again, the people of Placer County have a right to and should ensure an environment free from unnecessary, offensive, and excessive sound and vibration that may jeopardize their health or welfare or safety or degrade the quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Nancy Jo. Next caller, please.
Hello,
Good
my
morning.
name is
Please
Mickey
state-
Donahue. I'm also calling in to express my frustration and concerns about how the county lack of handling complaints from numerous neighbors surrounding the Auburn Trap Club as well. I can't believe that the county allowed the entire shot screen to come down at the Trap Club. The shot screen was put up to protect downrange neighbors from the noise, the bright lights, and the lead that is spread that comes along with the Trap Club. Also, the shot screen was put up because for years, and the county continues to ignore numerous complaints from downrange neighbors because many county staff members are also members of the Trap Club. Next is a series of questions that I'm sure won't be answered, so I'll make sure to follow up. I'd like to know how the county allowed the entire shot screen to be removed. If I remember correctly, during a public hearing or after the public hearing, the decision was made that the top portion of the wall or shot screen needed to be removed to be within code compliance based on height. Also, there's supposed to be a meeting in June about the operations of the club and what the plans are for the club, and yet the entire wall was removed. The wall, why did the wall get removed so quickly for uprange neighbor complaints, but the downrange neighbors' complaints continue to go ignored, and their safety obviously is no concern of downrange neighbors' concern. Safety is not a concern of the county. The county was very swift and decisive in their actions to hold a public hearing and to take down the wall to appease uprange neighbors' complaints from certain uprange neighbors. And I would like to know why the county is not holding this establishment to the same standards as other long-standing establishments. Yes, they've been around a long time, but so have many other businesses in the community that are very enforced strict rules and codes, and yet the club is not. I'd also like to know what the county is planning on doing on the estimated 20 to 30 tons of lead that contaminate the soil in the surrounding area. This was also held in the public hearing. This was on record, and yet there seems to be no plan on what they're going to do about the 20 to 30 tons of lead. Also, and lastly, I want to know what the county plans to do for the safety, mental health, and standard of living for downrange neighbors. Everything in the last year has been considered for uprange neighbors, which those complaints have not gone into until the last year because the wall was put up. Again, downrange neighbors have been complaining for years before uprange neighbors have even started, and yet nothing has been done for downrange neighbors. Very frustrating, and hopefully we'll get some more information, and hopefully the county can do something for downrange neighbors and not just certain uprange neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Ellie Waller, member of the North Tahoe West Area Plan Team. I spent many years as a member of a TBAP team and often participated with the North Tahoe East team, especially during their 3-day charrette. Just a brief comment about the upcoming May 28th Planning Commission hearing on La Lima Lakeside proposal. The Planning Commissioners on July 25th, 2019 gave explicit instructions to the applicant to work out a better plan for the lakeside site. That did not occur, although a meeting was held in January 2020 where the applicant pretty much stated it's a hotel or nothing due to financial restrictions. The La Lima group proposed a town center project and is not fulfilling their obligation to build by requesting, and God knows why, approval to go ahead with a mitigated neg deck for a very small project in relation to the town center proposal they first pitched to the community as well as to Placer County. I say the applicant is recouping some of their investment with luxury condos on the lakeside. It is not the county's responsibility to bail out a developer if they cannot fulfill the obligation they originally stated. The Tahoe Basin Area Plan gave developers plenty of incentives. I am hoping the Planning Commissioners do not back down on their July 2019 request and still require the applicant to work with the community and not make a recommendation on this project. I do not want to be before you as supervisors in an appeal denial, as that isn't how the process should legally work. I am also asking County Council to please review Andrew Hauge's recusal. I don't believe it's necessary, and the location of this project in his district and his opinion is valuable to the Tahoe citizens. And be reminded of the extraordinary effort by Jack Chalemi in getting so many signatures on a petition from the locals wanting the right project in the proposed lakeside location. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Judy Eisman.
Good morning, Judy.
Hi. Good morning, Supervisors. This is Judy Eisman. I'm with Protect Rural Placer, and I just wanted to make you aware we did comment during the planning process, well, during the Parks Department EIR public meeting on last Thursday evening, and many of the Planning Commission were questioning why they're not following the normal process due to the controversy of this project to have the modification of the conditional use permit come through the Planning Commission. Because it is a public venue and it's being conducted over the phone, and I'm not able to view the meeting. When the supervisors were speaking, they weren't saying their name. The commissioners were speaking, they weren't saying their name. So I think 4 of the commissioners that evening expressed concern over that the conditional use permit wasn't coming back to them. So also I wanted to comment about the CEQA, Chapter 3 Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act, Article 7 EIR Process, Section 15087, Public Review of Draft EIR. It's on page 174. Item G, to make copies of EIRs available to the public, lead agencies should furnish copies of draft EIRs to public library systems during the area involved. Copies should be available in offices of the lead agency. Well, as we know, due to the physical closure of the libraries, Placer County offices on March 17th and the county sheltering-in-place order, I am requesting that this SDIR does not go immediately for certification. And when it is updated with new information that addresses the issues that were raised, and during the comment period that runs through May 20th, that we have another public comment period. And I'm requesting that be for 60 days, and also so that the stakeholders can address the MAC meetings, which this hasn't gone in front of the Planning Commission, Parks Commission, and before going to the Board of Supervisors meeting. I know that you received a copy of the information that I sent in comments at SDIR, but I did want to bring this point to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next caller, please.
Okay, Jonathan?
Yes, Jonathan Zackerson.
Hi, Jonathan. Go ahead and give your comments.
Hi, yes, I emailed this in earlier, but per your suggestion, I went ahead and called in. As many of us with children have seen, distant learning is anything but that, all distant and not much learning. The younger the kid, the worse it is. And while some kids and households have had success, many have not. Furthermore, nearly every educator and student admits that the quality of education given is far below what would be expected in the past. My question is, what is the board doing to ensure that Placer County schools remain open next school year and that only reasonable modifications to daily school life will be imposed on our kids and families with kids? Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I will encourage you to reach out to the superintendent of schools, who'll be working with our health officer, but how schools open up will definitely have to be worked through the individual school districts and the superintendent of schools. Next caller, please. No more callers. All right. Thank you very much for your comments. For public comment, we will close public comment. And we are going to move to the items. Oh, actually, we've got timed items, but let me clarify. Should we do we should do the ones we pulled off consent first, correct? Okay. Yes. So we're going to move to item 21A, which is
The West Shore pedestrian improvements.
all right, 21A, which is, yes, the West Shore pedestrian improvements, project plans and specifications authorized to advertise. And
I can, would you like me to ask my 2 questions so they don't have to?
go ahead, Cindy.
I'm familiar with this project. I think we've all heard about it. What I don't know is which intersections they've determined they will be doing improvements on and how the public has been informed of that. So those are my questions for staff when they have a chance to.
All right, so we need to go ahead and call the staff member, it sounds like, so we'll just
Okay.
do that.
Okay, Ryan.
Yes, good morning. This is Ryan Decker, civil engineer with the Department of Public Works in Tahoe.
So Ryan, did you hear Supervisor Gustafson's questions about the item?
I did hear the question. I have muted my phone as of this point if there were any follow-ons once I received the call. But I believe the first question was about the locations of the various improvements. And I think to address that, there are several locations. So we assessed approximately 15, and we're proposing improvements at 13 locations. They vary in scope. This is considered phase one of a bigger assessment. So we made a improvement plan for the entirety of the West Shore on Highway 89 that includes some larger items like installing overhead lighting and some additional traffic control signals, etc. With the available funding through our electric transportation grant and TOT funding, we're doing our phase one. It's a little bit of the low-hanging fruit. And so we had decided that we wanted to upgrade all of the 13 crossings that we saw in need with some form of improvement. So whether that's in some places only upgrading the signage to match the latest in reflective technologies and the coloring. We're adding yield bars at each of the crossing locations and some small things like that. In a couple locations, we're proposing new crossings. This is near Fire Sign Cafe is one of them, and additional items. One of which is a crossing, which is a rectangular rapid flash beacon at the Sunnyside location, and an additional down at the Boatworks, or I'm sorry, I don't have the name in front of me, but down at the boat marina down there. Those are the two big locations where we're proposing new crossings and additional infrastructure. But all 13 locations are getting some form of improvements at this time.
Great, Ryan. And this is Supervisor Gustafson. How can we inform the public of those improvements? Because we haven't had MAC meetings, I don't think anyone's aware that this is proceeding this summer.
Yes, good question. We have had a fairly extensive outreach program coming up with our plan and proposing the drafts along the way. We have gone out to the individual business owners and property owners that are immediately adjacent to many of these crossings, and we ask for their input. This is Sunnyside, Fire Sign, up and down Homewood, etc., more on a one-on-one basis. We've also presented this to the Tahoe City PUD board and to the Business Association, the West Shore Business Association. We've been in contact with them. Our plan was to put this out at a MAC meeting. Those have been delayed, and we'll look for any venue we can going forward to present this again to the public to make it folks aware of what is coming, especially as we start to receive bids and they're within range that we look like it's going to be awarded.
Great. Well, thank you. And we do hope to have a Zoom or virtual MAC meeting for the North Tahoe group, so that would be a great item to report on so that people are aware and have the opportunity to hear about those projects. Thank you.
All right, any other
Yes,
questions?
thank you. That sounds great.
No other questions? So any public comment, Megan? Probably not. So we'll bring this back.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move to item 23C, which is the United States Forest Service Cooperative Law Enforcement Annual Operating Plans. We'll get staff member on the line.
Hi,
here.
Katie, it's Megan.
Hi, Megan.
Go ahead and,
Okay, I can ask my question if that makes it easier. My main question was that these rates that we're charging the federal government for law enforcement are staying flat, and yet our costs are escalating. So I just wanted to know if there was an attempt made to get increased revenues in from the Forest Service, and they rejected that, or whether we just submitted at the last year's rates.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing the question, but I believe it was something in regards to increasing the rate.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, our costs have gone up, and I was wondering why the rates were staying flat.
Yeah, so annually we evaluate the rates for both the Tahoe deputies that usually do this work. And typically, over the course of these agreements, the rate has stayed fairly steady. And part of that is because the allocation from the U.S. Forest Service doesn't typically change. We usually get a pretty standard amount every year. There's not a whole lot of fluctuation in it. So it would essentially decrease the number of hours we can do these services if we increase the rate. So the Sheriff's Office typically keeps the rates we bill flat so that we can do a little bit more work on the contracts. But we do evaluate the rates every few years to make sure there's no serious kind of rates that are out of line with what our current expenses are.
Great. Well, I just continue to express the concern that, you know, if we need to talk to our congressman or whatever to get augmentation here, because specifically in the foothills area in Forest Hill and Sugar Pine and some of the law enforcement issues we've had up there at the reservoir, as well as some of the other areas, we do know that the public wants to see the sheriff more present in some of those locations. And I know we've been working hard, happy to advocate to get more funding so that we can protect the community and the members of the community expressing concerns about some of the types of visitors and activities that are going on in these remote areas. So I would encourage us to continue to submit. Certainly, these are minimal amounts, and an escalator in those I would hope we could see. But with that, I'll move approval of this for this year and request that we look at that next year.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And no public comments, correct? All right, so we have a motion by Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So we'll move to our 9:10 timed item, which is solid waste handling modification and tipping fees. And we'll get our staff member on the line.
All right.
All right,
There we
good morning,
go.
Kevin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chair Gore, members of your board. I'm Kevin Bell, Deputy Director of Public Works. I want to mention that the actions listed in the agenda do not match the actions listed in the staff report. And while they do not match, the actions in the staff report are correct. I'm here this morning to request your board consider several actions related to garbage collection and recycling fees in franchise areas 2 and 3, which cover the area east of the city of Colfax to the Nevada state line. In 2015, the county entered into an amended and restated agreement with Placer County Eastern Regional Landfill, Inc., or ERL, Inc., and Tahoe Truckee Disposal Company, Inc., or TTD, for the collection, transportation, processing, recycling, and disposal of solid waste. Under the agreement, TTD collects and transports garbage to the Eastern Regional Material Recovery Facility, or the MRF, where ERL, Inc. processes the garbage and removes recyclables. Under the agreement, ERL Inc. is due a 4% cost of living adjustment to processing fees at the MRF, primarily related to changes in the California minimum wage. This, in addition to increased maintenance costs at the landfill and the MRF, result in a need to increase the tipping fees at the MRF from $81 to $85.50 per ton, effective July 1st, 2020. This increased tipping fee will be paid by TTD as they bring garbage to the MRF from the collection routes, and any increases are typically passed through to the garbage collection customers. This would increase the cost of service to residential and commercial customers by between 1.3% and 3.5%, depending on the level of service. This translates to a 30-cent increase to the residential single can monthly service rate and a $14.11 monthly increase for commercial customers on a 6-yard once-a-week service. Just as a couple of examples, the full spectrum of rate increases is included in the tables that are attached to the staff report. All property owners in Franchise Area 3, where garbage collection is mandatory, were notified of the increase by mail 45 days in advance of today's meeting, in compliance with Proposition 218. Staff is recommending to increase the garbage collection fees consistent with the tables in the staff report, but due to the unprecedented events related to COVID-19, staff recommends to fund the increased cost for garbage collection customers for up to 6 months through a one-time cancellation of solid waste enterprise fund reserves in an amount not to exceed $100,000. Should your board approve this approach, staff plan to return to your board within 6 months to consider appropriate future steps at that point in time. To summarize, staff recommends 1, amending the agreement to increase the ERL Inc. processing fees, 2, increase the tipping fees collected at the MRF, 3, increase the collection fees based on the pass-through costs of the increased tipping fees, and 4, to fund the increase in the collection rates for up to 6 months from solid waste enterprise fund reserves so that garbage collection customers do not incur the increased cost of collection for the next 6 months. With that, I request your board conduct a public hearing to receive comments and protests, if any, regarding the proposed increase to the garbage collection fees effective July 1st, 2020. In Franchise Area 3, which includes unincorporated Placer County from Donner Lake to the Nevada state line, determine whether written protests to the proposed garbage collection fee increase have been received from a majority of property owners within Franchise Area 3, and if not, make a finding that written protests have not been received from a majority of affected property owners, and adopt the proposed garbage collection fee adjustments. Approve a one-time use of solid waste enterprise fund reserves in an amount not to exceed $100,000 to pay Tahoe Truckee Disposal Inc. for the increased cost of collection fees for up to 6 months from July 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, thereby delaying the increased cost to customers in an effort to alleviate the economic impact stemming from the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic. And approve the 7th Amendment to the Solid Waste Handling Services Agreement with Placer County Eastern Regional Landfill, Inc. and Tahoe Truckee Disposal, Inc. to reflect adjustments to the collection fees, tipping fees, processing fees, and the monthly license payment, and the payment of the net increase in collection fees for up to 6 months, not to exceed $100,000 to Tahoe Truckee Disposal, Inc., and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the 7th Amendment. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions your board has.
Great, thank you very much, Kevin, appreciate that. Do we have any questions from board members? I do not see any, so we will open up the public hearing to the public and see if we have any comments or calls from the public. And I don't believe we do, so we'll bring it back, and then we need Megan to, or whether it's you or Meg or Kevin, announce the results of the any comments from the public. Sorry.
We received only 269 protests, which is not a majority.
Okay, so we did not receive a majority from the property owners. So with that, if there are no other questions, we've already had Kevin read the entire motion, so we don't need to do that again. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Oh, we need a roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Euler? Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Great. Thank you very much, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The effort, Kevin, to modify those increases for a 6-month window too.
Yes. We do appreciate that. All right, we can move to the 920 item, which is the 2019 Joint Powers Authority Middle Fork Project Operations Summary, and we'll get Brent Story on the line.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and Supervisors. Can you see me okay?
We will in a moment.
Okay.
And you've got a PowerPoint. Terrific. Well, great to have you this morning, Brett. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and start. Thank you for having me at today's board meeting to provide you your annual update. I'm going to move to slide 2. So the purpose is to update the board on everything about the Middle Fork Project Financing Authority operating year of 2019, and then to give you a little bit of where the project is and update-wise going forward. Slide 3. 2019 was our 7th year having Placer County Water Agency schedule all the power and optimize the water for revenue maximization and regulatory requirements. There were no issues with any of that, and working with Northern California Power Agency, which actually handles our 24-hour operations, as well as the California Independent System Operator operations or payments. All of that worked very well. The system availability was very high. There were minimal unplanned outages. So again, an excellent year as far as reliability. On the marketing and revenue side, the generation came in well above budgeted levels with, and this is correct, 175% of average hydrology last year. The negative market prices increased in 2018 due to above normal spring hydro generation. So when it rains, it pours, and when it pours, we don't make as much money. So we hope for a above normal year. That's our best availability. Early cold weather pushed our February 2019 prices to record highs, and the revenue for that 1 month exceeded $10 million, which is a record and certainly a good source of revenue. During 2019, revenues came in at 65% higher than budget. And as you will recall, we actually budget at an 80% of normal just to make sure that we're conservative in our estimates and we don't overspend. Moving to slide 4, realizing that the budget is not something you can see very well on a PowerPoint. It's just one page in the budget. We actually have the full budget available on the website. The points of this, though, is that the gross revenue was higher than forecast by 58%, and total expenditures and capital projects were actually lower than forecast by 9%, so we do a very good job of spending only what we need. Moving to slide 5, a note on the reserve accounts for the Finance Authority. We are finally fully funded, an operating reserve of nearly $28 million, which essentially means that if all revenue stopped, we could still fund the project for a year and make sure we do all of the regulatory agency requirements. We have an emergency reserve, which is really to fund fees, et cetera, and that's at $2 million. And we have a capital reserve fully funded now at $20 million. Moving to slide 6, there was a significant item that happened this past year, and I wanted to bring it to the board's attention. We were able to refinance the original loan. The board directed staff to look at refinancing the debt, given that the lower interest rates were happening last year. And in October 19, staff worked diligently to secure 2020 bonds to be exempt from state and federal taxes, which was a huge advantage dollar-wise. We gained an investment grade rating, which for a agency that is not very old and doesn't really have that much revenue was something. Certainly not as good as the county, but hasn't been around as long. And we had interest rates continuing to fall until the final day. On March 17th, and you'll notice that date is pretty close to the COVID crisis, but we were able to close and settle the refinancing of the 2006 bonds, which I might note, our treasurer, Janine Windenhausen, had done an excellent job of foreseeing the future and helping the two agencies put this together. And all of the people in the Middle Fork Finance Authority really give a shout out, so to speak, to Janine and her staff for doing an excellent job of making sure this project worked. And we just like everything that their office has done. Their office confirmed the receipt of the little over $72 million on paying off the outstanding debt, including all of the accrued interest. And the refinancing resulted in $460,000 of annual debt service savings for the next 16 years. So a total of $6.68 million in present value in savings as compared to the 2006 bond. So we look at that as a very significant effort that we went through, but a very good reward for the residents of Placer County. Slide 7, just an observation on the reserves by Middle Fork policy. All 3 reserves must be fully funded before net revenues can be distributed. Once the reserves are full, and now that the loan has been refinanced, there's a slightly different formula. And now the funds under distribution, the new formula is 50% to Placer County and 50% to Placer County Water Agency. And as you'll recall, each agency has their own ability and within their own regulations of how to spend that money. For our case, it's to your board to spend on infrastructure projects. All reserves were filled, as I said. There were some net revenues produced during 2019. And moving to slide 8, regarding those possible distributions by Middle Fork Project Finance Authority policy, the Middle Fork Project Finance Authority Board decides if any distributions are to be made. At our July meeting, the board decided to delay any possible distributions until the July meeting for the following reasons. One, the water year is far below normal, even with yesterday's deluge. The energy marketing pricing is at a historic low. And all of this is sort of related to the economic uncertainty given the COVID crisis. I mean, there are many issues. Commercial businesses aren't using power, but a lot more is at home because it's affecting the gas market. That affects our pricing. And so there's a number of intertwining issues that we're not sure yet of where it's all going to end up. We also have an uncertainty of the FERC license. We were supposed to get that just before the COVID crisis hit. We're still awaiting that, and we still expect that this year, and that will increase our infrastructure spending to quite a bit. And with all of these conditions, we're likely several $1 million below budget estimates for this year, probably somewhere in the $8 to $10 million range. Moving now to slide 9, a little bit about the project with an update. On the energy product sales side, 100% of all non-energy projects sold for the year, and that's a portion of that actually Pioneer Community Choice Aggregation purchased. All of the energy is being delivered to the CAISO market, and it's being optimized by Placer County's energy marketing people, which essentially means selling the power at the right time at the highest price. And not producing power when it's in a negative market, which oftentimes it is due to as much solar energy that's on the market. Forward market trading, we added about $1 million in revenue last year. That's one of our new projects. So that's effectively $1 million we would never have received under the old policy rules, but the board has seen fit to allow some of this work. It's a small amount. But we feel like that's going to add revenue to the project on a continual basis. On the infrastructure side, as you might recall, the FERC license requirement required a dam core raise for the Hellhole Reservoir. Issues have delayed that project. It's now a 2-year project, but we were able to complete about 60% of that last year. And so we feel assured that it'll all get completed at the end of this summer and fall season. We completed a sediment removal project in the intake of Ralston Afterbay's low outlet and at 2 of our diversion dams. And the reason that's important is because if we don't get that cleared, we can't generate energy, but 2, it also affects the water quality for the fish and wildlife in that region, and ultimately downstream would cost more at PCWA's water filtration system. So the idea is to get it out so that all systems work well. And much of that is still coming from the King Fire, which was in 2014 or 15, I can't recall. We completed all civil work construction for the Middle Fork communication system upgrade up there, and completion is expected in 2020. Sorry about the typo. And that will allow us to be able to provide any ability to work energy projects up there remotely. It'll also handle communications. There's also a part that will be available to our county sheriff and other public safety people to allow a better communication system. As you know, if you've been up there, it's pretty remote. Cell phones don't really work, although this will provide some more outlets for cell phones as well. Planning for all large infrastructure projects to fulfill the license requirements has continued on, and once we get the license, the project will be submitting procurement processes to get bids on everything. The next slide, 10, on the relicensing, again, it was CEQA and NEPA were finalized in 2012. We are told by the Federal Energy Regulatory Corporation Committee that they're processing our final license. We expect it any day. The annual license agreements with former conditions are until the new license is issued, are there, including commitments to maintain all existing recreational facilities. We continue to work with U.S. Forest Service and others to get ready for those implementations. Again, higher costs are coming in 2020, and we have about 5 years to complete all of those several $1 million of infrastructure upgrades. On the risk reduction side of the project, we are required to work with the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC, and the Western Electric Coordinating Council, or WEC, on all energy relation procedures, process, and software, and it's all enacted and operating at high levels. We get good marks from them, and that keeps the security of the system operating at the highest level. Our control center operations for 24 hours with Northern California Power Association are fully functioning. We have had no issues. And as you'll recall, on the forest management side, I brought some of that information to you. We completed the first year of the project at Fresh Meadows Reservoir, and you recently have seen, I've forwarded you the copy of the final report, and actually the U.S. Forest Service, Chief of the U.S. Forest Service, kind words to our partnership and to the county for that work. And actually, this week or last week, year 2 started. We actually had a couple of contractors start last week. And as of yesterday, I was told by our forester that the California Conservation Corps is still out there working. They said working in snow is better than working in the rain, and so they kept going. So I was happy to hear that. Slide 11 on the projections for the hydrology. And again, this is approximately a month ago, but hydrology is about 60% of average. Snowpack was about 70% of average. The reservoirs are about 84% of average filled, and we will have 7 days a week rafting for the public again this season, provided that all works with the governor's and the county's plans to allow that. And on the energy market side, with the below average hydro generation and the negative market priced hours will be less in 2019. The Middle Fork will be running at minimum levels this spring to avoid those negative priced hours. As I said, when too much water is being produced or power is being produced, the state goes into negative market prices. So we don't produce power because we don't want to pay the state for that. Believe it or not, that is a part of the CAISO system. Energy prices are currently about 15% lower than last year, again, due to that huge drop in gas prices because there's no demand. Demand destruction due to business and there is less demand, due to business and school shutdowns. That's going to drop energy prices even further. Hopefully, with your leadership in helping the county to open up and other counties around us, we will begin to get back to normal, and that will stabilize the market. At current state, again, the precipitation is about 60% average, and the energy prices are lower than forecasted. So we think it'll be about a 20% lower revenues than the forecasted budget. Again, that's somewhere around $8 to $10 million. And slide 12 is simply what I show you every year, which is the historical range of production. We average about 1 million megawatts a year. We've been as low as 200,000, as high as 1.8. Last year, we did 1.44 million megawatt hours. We anticipate about a third of that this year, about 450, but we're focusing on the highest priced hours, which is why you see a difference between how many hours we're producing and what our expected revenues are. And then I'll be happy to answer any questions any of you might have with the public at this time.
Great, thank you very much, Brett, appreciate that. Looks like no questions from board members and probably no questions from the public. Thank you very much, we appreciate the update, great job, and we look forward to hearing what the board decides come May about any type of distributions that we might be able to use for infrastructure projects, so we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will move on to item 3A, which is fiscal year 2020-2021 assessment and fee report. Is that Mark Rideout that we're going to get on the line?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mark.
I'm Mark Rideout, Department of Public Works, and I'm pleased to join you today to present this item. We're asking that you conduct a public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2021 assessment and fee report and adopt a resolution to confirm those assessments and approve that the fees and assessments be placed on the upcoming tax roll. This is our department's annual presentation of this item, and it supports the ongoing operational funding stream. There are 182 special districts. Those are zones of benefit in the county service area and permanent road divisions, and they fund the operations and services for a wide variety of community needs: drainage maintenance, fire and flood services, landscape, parks and roads maintenance, and snow and transit services. These districts were formed over time as the various subdivisions were approved, and that's based on the county's requirements that new development fund the ongoing administration, operation, and maintenance services that those parcels benefit from. Given the unique circumstances of each district and when it was formed, the time, only 58 of the 182 include provisions for a cost of living adjustment. This varies between 2.5% and 4%, depending on the formation documents for each district. As we do every year, our staff calculated the adjustments, and those are presented on the budget summary report. So in summary, staff requests that your board confirm the assessment and approve these charges placement on the tax roll. And with approval of the action requested, it'll support your board's consideration of these special districts' budgets in June. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Any questions from board members? And seeing none, then we will go ahead and conduct the public hearing to consider the assessments and any public comment. All right, so we will bring it back. And other than that, we can go ahead and take a motion. Yes? All right.
Second.
A motion by Holmes, second by Wygant, and all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate your work. We'll move to our 9:40 timed item, which is the annexation of, is it Akala property at 310 Millipond Road in North Auburn area, the Sewer Maintenance District 1. And I think that'll be Sarah Gilmore. Or is it Hakala?
All right. Good morning, Chair Gore and board members. My name is Sarah Gilmore, and I'm here on behalf of Environmental Engineering Division to present the Hakala annexation. As stated in the board memo, we are requesting that the board open a public hearing to adopt the resolution, which is included in the staff report, to annex the Hakala property into the boundaries of Sewer Maintenance District 1. The Hakala property is located on Millipond Road in the Auburn area, and the development is consistent with the Placer County General Plan land use zoning. The current annexation fee is for reimbursement to the Sewer Maintenance District Number 1, and the applicant will be charged the annexation fee in effect at the time they choose to make the payment, based on rates contained in Section 13.12.350, and is currently $6,344. Staff supports this request, and in order to move forward, we request that your board open the public hearing and adopt the resolution in the staff report to annex the Hakala property into the boundaries of Sewer Maintenance District Number 1. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you very much. Looks like there are no questions from board members, so we'll open the public hearing. And do we have any public comment? We do not, so we'll close the public hearing. Move approval. Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We move to the 9:45 timed item, and this is the Granite Bay Parks, Trails, and Open Space Maintenance and Recreation Improvement District fiscal year 2020-2021. We're getting the staff member on the line here.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Great. Great to have you.
I'm sorry, for some reason my video is not working at this time.
That's all right. We can hear you. So is this Tad or Ted?
Yes.
All
Good
right.
morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Ted Rell with the Parks and Grounds Division of Public Works. I'm here before you today to recommend adoption of a resolution confirming the diagram and assessment and ordering levy of the annual assessments for the fiscal year 2020 and 21 for the Granite Bay Parks, Trails, and Open Space Maintenance and Recreation Improvement District. This Recreation Improvement District was voted for and approved by the voters of Granite Bay in November 2001 and includes approximately 8,000 assessed parcels. This assessment district contributes to the maintenance of 8 parks, over 30 miles of multi-use trails, and 20 miles of bikeways that are dispersed through the district that the county owns and operates. This assessment allows for an annual cost of living adjustment based on the Bay Area Consumer Price Index and not to exceed 3%. If approved, the COLA will be $2.60, which added to last year's assessment will total $89.02 per year per assessed parcel for the 2020 and 21 fiscal year. The total 2020 and 2021 budget for the district is estimated at $842,743, with 87% of those funds coming from the parcel assessments and the remaining 13% being contributed by general fund fees and interest for general benefit. The approval process for enacting this voter-approved annual COLA and adjusting the assessment is a 3-part process, which began with your board giving approval to begin the preparation of the engineer's report on February 11th. Then we came back to your board with the second step to approve the engineer's report and intent to levy adjusted assessment, and was approved with resolution on April 7th. And today, we are here at your board in the third and final step to enact that 2020 and 21 assessment. So with that, I leave this item with the chair and will answer any questions the board may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Ted. Looks like there are no questions from board members. Anyone from the public want to comment? All right. So, well, we were conducting a public hearing, so I'm conducting the public hearing. Nobody from the public. I'm going to close the public hearing. And do we have a motion?
Second.
Motion by Euler, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Ted.
Thank you.
All right, time for the 2019 Charter Review Committee recommendations. And we'll get staff on the line. They spent a good year working on reviewing our charter.
Good morning, Chair Gore.
Good morning, Jane.
I am here today with our Charter 2019 Placer County Charter Review Committee leadership, which includes our chair, Dave Butler, as well as our vice chair, Loretta Walker, who may add to this conversation as well over the course of my presentation. As you may recall, the board appointed the 2019 Charter Review Committee in May of 2019. We began our meetings in July of 2019, meeting with board members, meeting with department heads whose operations were of interest, as well as members of the public over the course of 3 public meetings held in North Lake Tahoe, in Loomis, and in Roseville, at which the supervisors were kind enough to join us. Over the course of our deliberations, we identified 14 issues, which are divided into 3 distinct categories as per the committee's actions. 1, those issues that were reviewed but require no further action. 2, those issues on which the committee seeks to advance charter change recommendations to the board for its consideration. And 3, those issues that the committee reviewed and while not rising to the level of a recommendation, they still spent a great deal of time discussing them and wanted to advance issues for the board's consideration. So with that, I will turn it over to Dave Butler, our Charter Review Committee Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you, Chair Gore, members of the board. It's great to be able to join you virtually this morning. Loretta Walker, who served as our vice chair, and I are very pleased to be able to present to you the recommendations of our Charter Review Committee. We had a great group of 7 people, and I had the good fortune of serving as chair. And we approached our work really with 2 lenses. One, most of all of us on the committee have significant private sector experience, and so we approached our work really with a private sector lens, and our objective was to identify any barriers or obstacles that were in the way of what we perceive to be effective, efficient governmental operations, which might hinder the board and the county's ability to deliver high quality service for the lowest possible cost to the citizens. And secondly, we wanted to approach our work with transparency, and which is why we met with each of you before we started our work. We met with department heads. We hosted several public meetings, as Jane mentioned. And so I think when you look at the issues that we reviewed, and in particular the issues that we're presenting to you, you can see those 2 and hope that you can appreciate the recommendations that we made.
While we've had a chance to preview some of our work to date with board members, I will briefly review the 3 different categories that I mentioned earlier in the interest of the transparency that our chair just spoke of. First, we looked at the issue of the sheriff coroner division of duties. We had a member of our committee that was concerned that that could be perceived as a conflict of interest. However, after meeting with Sheriff Bell, our committee concluded that sufficient safeguards exist such that that duality of duties is not a conflict here in Placer County. Second, the committee looked at board removal of elected officers for non-performance, but upon review of that issue, the committee felt that sufficient safeguards exist through the grand jury process and or via the elections to address any concerns on that front. This was also an issue that was of great concern to members of the public, as expressed at our public meetings with regard to balance of powers issues. Thirdly, the committee looked at cleanup of the CEO duties as articulated in the charter. It's not that the committee sought to change anything for the CEO, but they simply thought it was ill-written and poor grammar, and but decided not to proceed with the recommendation on that front. Fourth, the issue of election security was raised by one of our committee members. You'll recall in the past there has been great concern about potential interference in elections in this country. So we had an interview with Ryan Rocco, who explained in great detail his process, the chain of custody of ballots, the safety and security of ballot places, and the committee felt sufficient safeguards exist to protect the integrity of Placer County elections. Fifth, the committee looked at board vacancy appointments versus special elections. And you'll recall this was shortly after the District 5 position was appointed by the board following a vacancy. And we heard actually from a citizen who thought that perhaps this should have been put to a special election of the voters rather than board appointment. However, again, in looking at the cost of a special election, which was estimated to be on order of magnitude of $400,000, the committee felt that for a partial term, board appointment was the proper way to go. The next issue was with regard to term limits, as well as redistricting. And while the committee had some concerns and spent a great deal of time discussing both these issues on term limits, they felt that the voters should decide when terms should be limited rather than superimposing it upon our board. And on redistricting, while the committee had quite a few concerns with regard to the significant size and geography of D5, particularly in light of what we anticipate will happen with that district growing even larger after the 2020 census. The group concluded that while the geography is compelling, boundaries are determined on the basis of voter population, and that was not something we could change at that time, although we will revisit that issue when it comes to other recommendations or other suggestions from the committee. Again, all of those previously discussed 7 issues are issues that were reviewed, discussed in great depth, but for which the committee does not want to advance any recommendations. So I'll stop there before moving on to the next category in case our chair has other comments.
No comments. You're doing great. Thank you.
All right. The next category are 4 issues on which the Charter Review Committee did seek to advance a recommended charter change to the Board of Supervisors for its consideration. First, splitting the Civil Service Commission administrative and hearing duties and assigning administrative duties to human resources. This was an issue that we heard about from board members. We consulted with the HR director, Kate Sampson. We also met with the Civil Service Commission, both to raise the issue that we were looking at this issue in the fall, and also to follow up that we are advancing a recommendation on this front. And after discussing it with them, and they're having convened just last week to see if they wanted to offer their thoughts or a rebuttal, they chose not to. So again, the thinking was that the administrative review doesn't provide value add, but it does add cost, time, process to expeditiously filling county positions, whereas the Civil Service Commission's hearing role is one that does provide an impartial third-party forum through a group of civic-minded citizens willing to serve their county, and that was perhaps a preferable alternative to going the arbitration mediation route, which could result in significant costs, as is the case with many other counties. The second recommendation has to do with removal of board confirmation for the appointment, suspension, or removal of appointed department heads, except county council. This was an issue where our committee members felt the charter was unclear. And while most positions are simply selected by the CEO and confirmed by the board, actual appointment by the board is restricted only to those positions where the county receives significant state or federal funding. We thought that the charter as written is unclear on that point, and we could add some clarifying language to that effect. The third issue was with regard to removal of bid thresholds. One of our committee members saw that when it came to procurement issues, there was an obscure reference to a 1982 inflation index, which the committee roundly thought was really did not serve the county's needs here in 2020, and that should be cleaned up and removed. The last issue on which the committee wishes to advance recommendations has to do with residency requirements for elected officials. Members of the committee were surprised to find that while there are residency requirements for supervisorial positions, there are not those same residency requirements for the charter elected officials, the district attorney, the sheriff, the clerk recorder, treasurer, auditor. Some of those positions they felt should be subject to the same rules as board member positions. So again, I'll stop there. Those are the 4 recommendations on which the committee sought to advance potential charter changes.
And if I could just amplify a couple of those points. As I mentioned at the beginning, we approached our work looking for barriers and hurdles that we could possibly remove to encourage more effective, efficient operations of governance, and also to ensure clear lines of authority. And those top 2 issues that you saw both reflect those. The Civil Service Commission, we felt strongly, had redundant duties and did much of the hearing work that they were doing and administrative work was pro forma and could be better done within the administrative side of the county, not only saving time, but also saving dollars. And we also felt strongly that personnel is really the most important issue that the county engages in, and hiring talent is really the most important thing that any organization does. And to the degree that we can do that more effectively and efficiently and quickly, to better serve the county as a whole. And then secondly, the second issue with respect to the board having to appoint certain department heads, we felt strongly from an organizational management standpoint that the board ostensibly hires and fires one person, the county CEO, and that person hires everyone else. That's the ideal, and we ought to try and establish the organizational structure that way. As Jane mentioned, there are some appointments that require board approval, either because of statute or because of budgetary contractual language. That's great, but on the whole, we wanted to make sure that that it was clear that the CEO hired those department heads. And Loretta spent a lot of time on the Civil Service Commission issue. I don't know if she wanted to amplify any points herself.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to serve. What I do want to emphasize is that this particular issue surfaced very early in the process for the Charter Review Committee, and it was one that all 7 of our members felt very strongly about. We appreciate the opportunities to talk to the Civil Service Commission and to gain insight as to their concern, and also having the opportunity to work with Kate Sampson, the HR director. She and Jane were very instrumental in helping us get through some of the hurdles and better understanding the overall process and helping us to get to where we are with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Loretta.
The third category of issues, again, are those issues that were discussed at length by the committee, but while not rising to the level of recommendation, are still issues they wanted to bring forward to the board's attention. Again, revisiting District 5 representation in size. While we have concerns about how that district will only grow after the 2020 census lines are drawn, we felt that perhaps the board might consider allocating greater staffing or resources to the D5 supervisor post-2020 in recognition of the district's unique characteristics and size. Second, the issue with regard to public meeting noticing. We heard in our community meetings that many in the public have come to appreciate and value the advanced notice that is provided for the board's business, but they felt that many of the boards and commissions on which the board sits do not subject themselves to the same noticing and transparency requirements, and they thought that might be something the board should encourage of the boards and commissions on which it sits in the future. So Placer County citizens can expect, again, the same level of access to information and transparency for the county's business. Lastly, the issue of county financial management was an issue that was raised late in our charter review process, but which certainly garnered the attention of many of our committee members who were curious, coming from the private sector, about this trifurcated system of financial management that the county deploys, with the CEO doing budget, the auditor doing audits, and the treasurer tax collector with responsibility for debt and other longer-term financing issues. While I think the committee took great pains to say our system works very well with the current incumbents, they simply raised the question as to whether or not this structure would serve the county as it grows in size and complexity in the future. Perhaps something the board may wish to study and or to refer to the 2024 Charter Review Committee at that time. So I will stop there. Those are our 3 categories of issues reviewed, and turn it over to the chair for any comments or closing remarks.
Thank you, Jane. I wouldn't add anything else to what you provided in that last bucket of issues, but I did want to let the board know that whatever you choose to do with respect to the issues that we've recommended for your consideration to place on the ballot for the voters' review, we're more than happy to help get those issues across the goal line. And we don't view that our work stops here. So we're looking forward to working with you and others in the months ahead. Loretta, did you have anything to add?
No, I just would like to extend a thank you to all of staff, including Clayton, Jane, Sarah, and those other department heads that worked so closely with us that allow us to get the education on their respective departments and helping us to understand better how the county works. It was a real joy, and we really enjoy working with all of you. A stellar staff, and like our chair Dave says, that they made us feel like we were their only item, knowing that it's not, but it was very nice to have the knowledgeable staff supporting us the way they did.
Great. Well, thank you so much, both Dave, Loretta, and the rest of our citizens who served on the Charter Review Commission. We really appreciate your hard work. And Jane, thank you for the update. So with that, we're going to take questions from board members. Supervisor Euler, questions?
Yes. First of all, thank you. I enjoyed participating with you folks at a couple of different meetings, and really appreciate the amount of time and effort and thought that you put into your job on this very important committee. One item in particular, an item that I had brought to your committee, and your recommendation to not move forward with it, I'm a little confused about how it is articulated in your recommendation. And this is the issue of removal of countywide officials. When I had presented it to the committee, I had presented it not under the guise of non-performance of duties, which is how it was just reported to our board, but under the category of malfeasance in office, particularly malfeasance in office that would expose the county to significant financial liability. So I'm a little concerned about the characterization of basically dereliction of duty or non-performance of duties versus what the real concern is, which is malfeasance in office exposing the county to significant liability. And so is there any thought on the differentiation between those two?
I'll say a few words before turning it over to the chair. Supervisor Euler, we discuss it in the context of, any for removal. We felt, non-performance was perhaps the one that had the most potential for if this action should be pursued. And again, this was an issue that was considered seriously by the committee, which they discussed at great length. This was also an issue that I think generated the most concern from the public with regard to balance of powers, because they felt if there's malfeasance or non-performance or dereliction of duty, they felt sufficient safeguards exist through the grand jury process and or election recalls to address these issues if and when they should occur. So I'll leave it to the chair and vice chair to say anything further.
Kirk, I think Jane covered it pretty well. We did receive a significant amount of input from the public who are concerned really about overreach by the board in the operations and duties really of folks in law enforcement, really focusing on the district attorney and the sheriff were their primary concerns. And so we just felt like with the avenue that's available currently through the grand jury and also through the ballot box, we felt that there was sufficient means to remove somebody, whether it's malfeasance or non-performance.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Supervisor Euler, or Supervisor Gustafson.
Thanks. On the comments for our review on the trifurcation of financial management, were you able to meet with the auditor, controller, and the treasurer tax collector to discuss this item? Because it's,
certainly an issue that they've reached out and been concerned about, and I wanted to make sure they had conveyed concerns to the committee.
They did in fact attend several of our committee meetings to express their concerns. And as I mentioned, our committee took great pains to say, we think the system works very well today with the current incumbents, right, but we're simply concerned that for an organization of the county's size and complexity, they simply questioned whether or not this system of divided oversight and management of financial issues would serve the county well in the future, should there be different incumbents that didn't work as well together on this three-part system.
And I'd also say, Cindy, that we did offer to schedule meetings with the treasurer and with the auditor when we were discussing these issues. And unfortunately, the treasurer declined. It was tax season, so I'm sure she was incredibly busy, but we weren't able to schedule that meeting. And so since we weren't able to do that, we didn't move forward with the meeting with the auditor either.
And the only thing I will add is that our whole process in going through these 14 items was looking at what would we like our county to look like in the future. So as Jane and Dave said, this is not, it was not an indication of the current process and the current structure that we have. We're looking at how can we be a better county. And when the item came up, we just thought it would be something to make sure that we captured going forward.
Great. Well, I really appreciate, I wanted to echo Supervisor Euler's comments. Appreciate your service and your dedication to this. And I certainly heard that in your report, that this is not reflective of individuals today, but looking forward to what's the appropriate structure for the county moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't look like we have any other comments from board members. Do we have any public comment? Yes, we do. Terrific. So we will go ahead and take comments from the public.
Nick Bryant, go ahead and turn on your mic and your video.
My name is Nick Bryant. I do have to say is that I think we need to end the state of emergency because it's against the law for Gavin Newsom to be doing this to us. He is holding counties back and he's telling us what to do.
Mr. Bryant, we're actually not on the COVID item, so we're gonna go ahead and put you back when we get to the COVID item, which is at 11:10. You can provide your comments then.
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate you understanding. So other comments about the charter review item?
We have Kelly on the line.
All right. Next comment, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
This is Ellie Waller. I would like to thank everybody on staff that is getting us through to the chambers, behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. I know this is a monumental task, and everybody should be thanked up front for that. Secondly, I'd like to thank Sue Colbert personally, as there's been some issues with me and IT getting the actual charter committee agendas. I'm pushed on and off. I want everybody to know she's done a monumental, extraordinary effort and measures to get me the information. And thirdly, I'd like to thank the charter committee. They have received most of my comments. I do want to thank you for bringing forward the residency issue. It really makes sense. And thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important task that you bring forward for the future of Placer County.
Thank you for your comments, Ellie. Next comment, please. That's all we have for this item. Terrific. Thank you. We will close public comment and bring it back to our board to discuss the recommendations and if we want to take some actions for our November election. So who would like to start off? Supervisor Holmes.
It's my understanding that if we move forward with this, it has to go out to the voters of Placer County for approval. I just don't know the cost would be, whether this is feasible right now, going through this time, whether it's feasible to go ahead and move forward with putting this on the ballot.
All right, Supervisor Wygant?
First, I want to echo Cindy and Kirk's comments in thanking the commission and staff. I think you guys did great work. I really appreciate the personal outreach you did to me. Thought your work very thoughtful and thorough, and so on behalf of everyone, thanks again. And I personally am very supportive of your recommendations as it relates to what to move forward with in the short run, but also the items for future consideration. And I want to thank you for being willing to participate as we move forward if the board feels that doing so is a good idea. Requires 3 of us, of course, and we'll be calling on you to help us move forward if in fact we decide to do that. But again, thanks, and that's my position as it relates to your recommendation.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler?
Well, first, as Supervisor Holmes is concerned, I think certainly we can, if it's your preference, we can get a response from Mr. Ronco, but I think the incremental cost of adding, a couple ballot questions is de minimis, since we're going to be holding an election anyway. So I still feel very strongly about the issue of our board being responsible for the financial health and well-being of this county. And when we find ourselves in a position, as has happened in the past, where we are made aware of certain behaviors that might expose the county to financial liability, we don't have the ability to respond to it. I think that for the sake of future boards, it's the kind of things that board members, I'm envisioning a supermajority vote of 4/5 or maybe even a unanimous vote for removal, and it has to be based on clear evidence of wrongdoing or malfeasance while in office, or physical incapacity. Somebody, suffers some kind of illness and is physically not able to perform their duties. I think this board needs to be in a position, as our boards in, I believe the analysis was over half of the counties have a provision that allowed them. And while I heard some of the public concerns that were raised, we simply do not have a demonstrated history of abuse in these other counties that have this provision. People are concerned about what the potential might be, but the practice has been that boards are very reluctant, as they should be, to exercise that kind of authority. So I would request that our board, and it doesn't have to be, today. If you all want to take some time to think about it, we still have some time if we want to agendize in the future, but I would appreciate consideration of that item. Again, I won't be in a position probably where I will be using it, but I do think it is an important tool for future boards.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Supervisor Wygant?
I just respond. I'm more than happy to consider it. The notion that you have as it relates to some kind of a supermajority unanimous requirement, I think would go a long ways to address the concern that the voters would inherently have, which would be logical, about abuse. But I think those kinds of things could resolve that, and it's certainly worthy of discussion. At the end of the day, key point is that it's going to be up to the voters. So really, we're taking this to them for their consideration.
I opened up to the public. I have a couple of, Cindy, go ahead, and I've got a couple of comments I'd like to make.
If we're going to bring that back for discussion, I'd love to have a further background on what other opportunities short of removal. Are there opportunities to censure? Are there other legal courses of action that could be taken without amending the charter? So I'd want a full background on that.
I think that's a great suggestion, because I do think it's tough for voters to say, hey, these are our elected officials, and then we as elected officials could then remove another elected official. It's just, I understand your concern, Kirk. At the same time, what are the other options? So if we found malfeasance, what are the options if somebody should be removed, if they're not taking care of their duties? So I think more information about that would be helpful. As far as the 4 items, I really appreciate the work that they did, and the question then is, what do we bring to the voters? These 4 items are great, but when you think about voters, how much is too much on a ballot, right? So the question becomes, do we actually put all 4 of these before the voters? Do we do fewer? And I often think that voters can only take so much. So I had a conversation with the Charter Review Committee, or actually Dave and Loretta, about, okay, what would make sense if we actually put something on the ballot? I do think number 1, which is splitting the Civil Service Commission and taking out the process of them overviewing or overseeing the hiring process, but still allowing them to review issues of personnel is really important. And I do think that we need to be nimble when it comes to hiring employees. And that's why you have an HR manager, and in any other organization you've got professionals running the hiring of your employees, and we've got a very good HR team that can do that. And I think the Civil Service Commission, I asked a question, they have 1 to 2 cases a month that they actually address some of the personnel issues. So I think that this would be very good to bring before the board or to the voters. I do think also the residency requirements for elected officials, I think people would see that as important. I know that that's a requirement from the DA because we experienced that just recently, but I was not aware that the other positions, clerk, recorder, treasurer, controller, auditor, whatever they all are, they're important to you who hold those positions. Sorry, I don't mean any disrespect. But just having a residency requirement, I do think is important. And so that might be something. The other 2, confirmation for the appointment of elected department heads. The charter language is unclear, so we can choose to do that or not to do that as a board, depending on what the charter says. It's sort of cleanup work that isn't as necessary. And then the removal of bid thresholds. We have some workarounds, and we can comply to state law on that one. So it's more cleanup of language. And I would much rather get a couple of these passed by the voters than overwhelm them with sort of cleanup language, which often if you get too much, you just hit no, 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 no. And I do think that certainly number 1 is very important, at least to the way we are more efficient as an organization. Okay, so any other conversation? Maybe my question that I have then is, when do we have to make some decisions to go before the voters?
So the process is that an ordinance would have to be brought before the board with any ballot measures that would go onto the ballot. That ordinance needs to be in the Office of Elections by the end of June. So for this board to propose something for the November election, it would, obviously there's no ordinance before the board today, but the ordinance can be presented to the board in either of the June meetings. And if the board is ready to make recommendations as to what to move forward, staff can begin to prepare that. If not, this could be scheduled for further discussion on the next board meeting.
Okay. Go ahead.
A suggestion that perhaps at our next meeting we have these 4 in ordinance format brought back to us, and if the board concurs, just so that we can actually discuss, debate, and possibly vote, the 5th one that I've suggested also be brought back at that time in ordinance form that might be able to be reviewed by our board at that time and voted up or down at that time.
We can certainly do that. Is there any preference? Do we want all 4 of these plus 1? Are there any of these that the board would, or we can wait until,
why don't we wait some in ordinance form, get a little bit more feedback? I've had people communicating with me as we've been talking here about their thoughts on these different things, and so I think having an opportunity for folks to be able to speak directly to each of these individually and express their thumbs up, thumbs down might be helpful.
Yes, Karen?
This is also the time, and I did hear something in terms of the one proposal with removal as to whether you wanted to add something regarding supermajority. The board can, for any of these recommendations from the commission, can make changes to them. So if there's any direction on the 4 that are recommended or the one that Mr. Euler has mentioned that you want to provide for staff, that would help to prepare the ordinances.
Okay, so any other suggestions as far as the ordinance to staff? Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I just wanted to say I agree with Supervisor Euler's suggestion. When we bring it back, we can review the language that'll be going on the ballot, and that'll give us more clarity about how we move forward. And I too want to thank the Charter Review Commission for all the work that they've done on this. It's really been a tremendous job and a lot of thought and a lot of consideration. I appreciate them meeting with me, the chair and vice chair, a couple times, I believe, and then with Supervisor Wygant down in Loomis. So again, thank you so much for your hard work.
Anything else, Supervisor Euler?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. So it looks like I would probably want a supermajority for the ordinance, if we consider the removal of the other elected positions. That's very important to me. All right, well, thank you very much again to the Charter Review Commission, the commissioners, Jay and your staff. We appreciate the hard work. All right, we're going to move on to our 10:25 timed item, which is the the workshop for Senate Bill 743 implementation plan. All right, exciting stuff. And with that, let's see, who do we have on the line who will present to us?
Great. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Ken Grem with the Department of Public Works. Today, we're going to talk about SB, Senate Bill 743, which became law in 2013, really to provide an alternative to level of service for the measuring of transportation impacts as part of environmental review projects. Since that time, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research has developed guidelines on how we're going to implement that law, which go into effect on July 1st, and name vehicle miles traveled as the most appropriate metric. So instead of measuring how long people wait in traffic, the intent is it's going to be how far people travel and how that affects their greenhouse gas emissions. The purpose of the law specifically was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, promote multimodal transportation, and provide for a diversity of land uses. We encourage, in my opinion, really we are encouraging more urban development, higher density development, and they're really trying to discourage more suburban and rural development. So our goal, the project team here, is trying to find a way to allow for the continued economic growth and prosperity of our county, doing so while complying with the law, while reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which are a very laudable goal, and then try to find a way of doing so that's relatively easy to understand and implement. So today, I'm joined by Nikki Strigan of Community Development, as well as Katie Jackson with Public Works. We're going to share a little bit of background, a couple of possible options about how we might approach our compliance with the law, and then talk a little bit about where we're leaning at this time. Still a lot more discussion to go on, but we do want to definitely solicit that feedback. Important probably for folks to note, we really do believe, because of the diversity of our county, that a one-size-fits-all approach may not be the best approach for us to do here in our county. Whatever we choose, we also want folks to remember that this is brand new. We don't know exactly where this is going to go, how it's going to develop over time. So we need to remain flexible and adjust over time as we learn more. And then finally, I think it's important to note, in our opinion, this does not affect all of our approved development that has already occurred. They are already with improved entitlements. This is really about new development that will be proposed going into the future. For our existing approved developments, though, if they do suggest significant changes to their plans, those would very likely be subject to some of the rules that we're talking about today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nikki to start talking a little bit about the background behind the law.
Great, thank you, Ken. As it was mentioned, my name is Nikki Strigan with the Planning Services Division in Community Development. I'm joined by my colleague, Katie Jackson from the Department of Public Works to my right here. We also have Rob Henanucci with Fair and Peers available for questions. Fair and Peers, of course, has been working with us as we develop our implementation plan. They've worked with many other cities and counties across the state of California and have been a leader really in the process. So our next slide, please. Here's an overview of our presentation. So I'm going to run through an overview of Senate Bill 743. We'll talk about some of the technical options that staff has been considering. Katie is going to talk about some of the potential approaches that staff is bringing forward. And then ultimately, we're seeking your board's feedback today and looking for guidance as we move closer to our implementation deadline of July 1st. Next slide, please. So as Ken mentioned, SB 743 was signed into law in 2013, and the legislation requires that lead agencies make a shift in their CEQA analysis from level of service, or LOS, as you'll hear us refer to vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. The Governor's Office of Planning and Research has updated CEQA guidelines and issued a technical advisory on the subject, but lead agencies such as Placer have the discretion to establish our own metrics and thresholds, which is what staff has really been exploring through this project. Again, as Ken mentioned, the legislative intent of SB 743 up on your screen today is threefold. It's to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to develop multimodal transportation networks with an emphasis on active transportation, so that means more biking, more walking, and that kind of thing, as well as to encourage a diversity of land uses through streamlined infill development. The deadline for implementation is July 1st, and that's quickly approaching, so we'll talk more about the timelines getting to that date at the end of the presentation. And I want to note quickly, as far as applicability of SB 743, a note about that discretionary projects that are already not, discretionary projects not already entitled and would not need further CEQA review are not subject to this law. So as an example, a ministerial permit like a building permit is not subject. However, an amendment or a modification of some sort to an already approved project may be subject to the law. So we can talk a little bit more about that. Next slide, please. Whoops. Did we skip one? Okay, well, I'm going to touch on the state planning priorities before we play this short video on VMT. The state continues to look to cities and counties as critical partners to help achieve its statewide goals. And so, as many of you know, the Sacramento region continues to see increases in population growth rates, and in order to accommodate that growth, it's critical to achieving our local goals, such as maintaining and developing a strong economy, achieving our affordable housing goals, and much, much more. And so we are a player in that arena. And so the state put forth some planning priorities. We did have a slide that I want to talk about briefly. They were to use existing infrastructure as it relates to sewer, water, transportation in an efficient manner. They were to preserve and protect, or they are to preserve and protect working in natural lands. And they're also to establish efficient development to minimize costs to taxpayers. So that's kind of an overview of what those are. They're outlined in the general plan guidelines that OPR puts out. And I think what we wanted to emphasize as far as these planning priorities and the requirements of SB 743 is the state's driving at how we look locally at land use. And so Ken touched on that briefly. At the end of the day, effectively reducing VMT is really all about bringing places that we come from and go to closer together. So our jobs, our homes, where we shop, and those kinds of things, that's how effective VMT is reduced. And so to a great extent, this is about efficient development. And I think more importantly, our team has been talking about strategic development and what that means in the context for Placer County. So we want to play a short video that Fair and Peers has
produced on this next slide, which explains what VMT is.
What is VMT? VMT, or vehicle miles traveled, refers to the distance that a car travels regardless of how many passengers are in the car. So this car, traveling 1 mile, would generate 1 VMT, and 4 vehicles, traveling 10 miles, would generate 40 VMT. To understand how much VMT a person generates on a typical weekday, it's useful to map their travel throughout the day. In this example, Jess starts the day at home, drives to the coffee shop 2 miles away, and then heads to work, which is 10 miles from the coffee shop. After a day at the office, Jess returns home 11 miles away. Later, Jess heads out and drives 1 mile to the gas station to fill up, before driving another 3 miles to the grocery store, and then makes the 2-mile trip back home. By adding together the miles driven, it is shown that Jess has generated 29 VMT for the entire day. This VMT can be further categorized into the individual trip purposes that motivated each leg of the trip. VMT can be organized into 3 typical trip purposes: home to work, or HW, home to other, or HO, and other to other, or OO. This organization is helpful in understanding that trips to and from work tend to generate the most VMT because people are willing to drive longer distances as the benefit of the trip increases. Do you have other questions about VMT that you would like answered? Let us know.
So next slide. Thank you. As Ken mentioned, historically, we've looked at level of service as our primary analysis metric in CEQA documents. And so level of service, of course, is a good metric for minimizing auto delay, optimizing traffic flow, but VMT is the state's preferred metric for achieving the legislative goals that were mentioned earlier. And so I think the biggest difference by and large is related to mitigation. To mitigate level of service impacts, we've historically asked for increases in roadway capacity or payment into our capital improvement program. But to mitigate VMT impacts, we look at strategies that reduce the number of automobile trips and reduce the length of those trips. The types of mitigation measures that would be considered are found in attachment A of our staff report. That's a fact sheet on SB 743. But actually your board and our community is somewhat familiar with these measures, both as it relates to the sustainability plan and some approved projects that have taken into account VMT reduction measures. And so as examples, those include measures to augment transit services, to include pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, to manage demand on our roads through commute reduction strategies like telecommuting or carpooling, and even the incorporation of mixed uses or more diversity of land uses achieves that greater balance between residential, commercial uses, and so forth. Next slide. Staff has conducted outreach and solicited feedback from a number of stakeholders, including technical practitioners like CEQA consultants and traffic engineers, as well as project applicants. And so briefly, some of that feedback from 2 workshops that were held in February and March identified the potential need for sub-regional thresholds, or at least thresholds that recognize the diversity of development throughout Placer County. Feedback also included screening out affordable housing, which our team believes resonates with your board's direction on housing initiatives. We have also sat on working groups with SACOG and worked with regional agencies like TRPA, PCTPA. We've reached out to Caltrans in order to identify how projects impacting state facilities will be addressed. And then we've also talked with other counties and cities who will be implementing this legislation across the state of California. Next slide. At a very high level, we want to touch on some of the more technical options our team has been considering, and that's really with regard to 4 things. It's with regard to the metric, methodologies, screening criteria, and the threshold. So I mentioned earlier that OPR had selected VMT as the new metric against which to analyze transportation impacts. There are different ways to express VMT. And the team looked at what's called an absolute metric versus an efficiency metric. Very briefly, absolute metrics represent the total number of VMT, whereas efficiency metrics express VMT as a rate or a ratio. Efficiency metrics are actually what's recommended in the OPR technical advisory because they acknowledge that population and employment centers are growing and they'll continue to grow statewide. And so because of that continued growth, total VMT overall is projected to increase over time. But a reduction in an efficiency metric can indicate efficiencies in our land use patterns and transportation networks and so forth. As far as methodology, there's not really a uniform methodology for applying VMT as a metric, but there are a lot of factors related to it as far as how we analyze VMT. And so we know that projects generate VMT as well as have an effect on VMT. And so we'll illustrate that in the next slide. And finally, as it relates to qualitative assessment, not all projects are going to need to conduct a detailed VMT analysis. We know that a qualitative assessment may be required for some smaller types of projects. Next slide, please. One more click. So here's an example related to different types of VMT to consider as far as project generated versus project effect. Imagine that there is an existing grocery store in the purple neighborhood. That's this green building that with the purple dot. That project, we'll call it a grocery store, generates trips from the purple, orange, and green and blue, purple, orange, and blue neighborhoods. A calculation of VMT generated by that grocery store would include an estimate of the number of trips and the length of travel for every vehicle coming to the grocery store. One more click, please. Let's imagine that a grocery store is built in the blue neighborhood. So all of a sudden, trips are redistributed from that blue neighborhood. This project's effect on VMT acknowledges the net effect of redistributing trips based on this new grocery store. So that's one important thing to consider for methodology. We want to note here on cumulative versus project impact, CEQA requires that we look at cumulative impacts of projects depending on the nature of that project. And that will be taken into account because we know that VMT changes over time by virtue of surrounding land uses built out. So for example, the first project into a specific plan may have a higher VMT, but later on in the project as the land's built out, the last project would have less VMT. Next slide, please. One of the decisions that will come before your board is to establish a set of small project screening criteria. So under that screening criteria, small projects that are known to generate low VMT would be exempt from VMT analysis. Projects that are considered small in accordance with OPR are listed up on the screen here. That includes projects under 110 average daily trips, deed restricted affordable housing, local serving retail under 50,000 square feet, and projects located in low VMT areas. Next slide. So how do we calculate VMT? There are a variety of different options that staff will employ to assist project applicants to select one of these options, depending on project characteristics, things like location, size, and land use type. Fair and Peers is developing a Placer-specific VMT tool, this first line here, and that tool will make it easy to identify impacts and measures, mitigation measures, to reduce those impacts. There are also a variety of models and tools that can be used to estimate VMT, including SACOG and TRPA's travel demand models, as well as the Caltrans statewide model and even big data sources that use cellular data and the like to collect information. So I'd like to pass the presentation over to Katie Jackson in order to discuss thresholds and potential approaches for Placer County.
Good morning. This is Katie Jackson with the Department of Public Works. In my portion of the presentation today, I'll go over the 3 threshold options that we've developed, as well as a preliminary approach for Placer County. Over the last 8 months, we've looked at many different threshold options, and we've narrowed it down to 3 for your consideration today. These are not the only options out there. We do still have the opportunity to consider other thresholds. The threshold options you'll hear about today were developed based on a number of factors, including guidance from our consultant, Fair and Peers, the SB 743 legislative intent that Nikki went over earlier, the CEQA guidelines language, and OPR's recommendations through the technical advisory. We also examined data from our travel models and looked at future travel trends for Placer County. We considered the goals and targets from our recently adopted Placer County Sustainability Plan. We performed several case studies for projects that are typical in Placer County, and we engaged in extensive coordination with other jurisdictions and other agencies. As Nikki mentioned, we also sought feedback from our development community and their consultants through our focus group workshops. Ultimately, the threshold options that I'll present today were selected based on their ability to achieve the 4 primary goals that we set for this project. Those goals are to facilitate growth, to comply with the requirements of SB 743, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions consistent with the sustainability plan, and to establish thresholds that are relatively simple and easy to administer. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. So before I get into the threshold options, I do want to address the Tahoe Basin specifically. The threshold options that you'll hear about today are for areas outside the basin. As you know, the Tahoe Basin is under the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency's jurisdiction, or TRPA, which puts it in a different region than the rest of Placer County. TRPA has their own VMT thresholds, and which they're currently proposing to update, in part to become more consistent with the requirements of SB 743. Placer County is working with TRPA staff on that update with the goal of aligning our metrics and streamlining VMT analysis for projects in the basin. That project is still in the early stages, and so today we're proposing an interim threshold for the Tahoe Basin in particular that's consistent with OPR's recommendations, and that is 15% below the regional average, which would be the regional average for the Tahoe Basin. This would be an interim threshold that is the same across all 3 threshold options that I'll present today, and it would only be in place until a different threshold is identified through our work with TRPA. So as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 threshold options. Option 1 is to set the threshold at 15% below the countywide unincorporated average. Under this option, we would measure new projects against the VMT performance of existing land use. We would ask new development that is subject to CEQA to achieve a reduction of 15% below our existing VMT per capita and VMT per employee levels. This figure demonstrates how the threshold option would be applied. Basically, there's one threshold that would apply to the entire county, excluding the Tahoe Basin. For example, residential development or existing homes in Placer County generate about 25 household VMT per capita over the course of a typical day today. And under this threshold option, we would ask new projects that are subject to CEQA to be evaluated at a level 15% below that, or about 21 household VMT per capita. If a project comes in that generates more than 21 household VMT per capita, we would require that the project apply mitigation measures to lower their VMT. Next slide, please. So option 1 is most consistent with the state's guidance on SB 743. OPR recommends a 15% below the regional average, and option 1 is 15% below our countywide unincorporated average. So we're a little less stringent than what OPR is recommending. This option streamlines growth in certain areas of the county and would be most effective at reducing greenhouse gas emissions as compared to the other threshold options. However, it does set a very high bar for development in our rural areas and would potentially discourage growth in those areas. This option doesn't reflect the variety of different land use contexts that we have here in Placer County, and although it would be easier to administer, it is a one-size-fits-all approach. Next slide, please. Option 2 is our weighted average approach. Under this option, developing areas would be asked to achieve a higher percent reduction in VMT, while rural areas would have a lower threshold. Overall, the county would strive to achieve a 15% reduction in VMT as recommended by the state. The Tahoe Basin would be subject to the interim threshold that I mentioned earlier of 15% below the Tahoe Basin average. Outside the basin, we've carved the county up into 4 subregions based on their land use context and their future growth projections. Under this threshold option, a development project would be measured against existing VMT levels in the subregion where the project is located. Next slide, please. So this figure shows a close-up of the 4 subregions in western Placer County. The established communities, which are shown in dark brown on this map, consist of the Granite Bay and Auburn Bowman areas. These areas would be subject to a threshold of 5% below existing levels. The developing communities, which are shown in blue on this map, consist of areas with approved development plans. Specifically, this includes the Dry Creek West Placer area, Regional University, and the Sunset Area Plan. Under this option, those areas would be subject to a 20% reduction in VMT for that subregion. Our developing areas are projected to contain 60% of our future growth over the next 20 years. And our modeling data shows that those areas can achieve this level of reduction in VMT by bringing in a better mix of land uses, by locating closer to goods and services in our incorporated cities, and also by building infrastructure that accommodates the bicyclists, pedestrians, and high-quality transit service. Our rural east communities, which are shown in light yellow or tan on this figure, encompasses the area east of Auburn Bowman, but excluding the Tahoe Basin. That area would be subject to a threshold of 6% under this option. And our rural west areas, which is an orange or a dark tan color on this map, encompasses all of the rural lands in western Placer County. Those areas would be subject to a threshold of 11% below existing levels. These thresholds were developed based on our model forecasts. If growth occurs consistent with our current plans, we can achieve these reductions in VMT efficiency metrics. As I mentioned earlier, this threshold option would apply a higher threshold for developing areas where most of our growth is projected to occur, and balances that with a lower threshold where VMT reductions are harder to achieve. And when you combine all 4 thresholds, this approach results in a 15% reduction in VMT efficiency metrics over time. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, our models indicate that the developing areas are the areas where we can achieve the greatest reduction in VMT efficiency metrics. And this approach builds on that to reach 15% reduction overall. Under option 2, we are asking all subregions to improve their VMT efficiency metrics at a level that is achievable for each area. This option compares each subregion to itself, as opposed to option 1, where all projects would be compared to the countywide average. This brings more complexity to the thresholds and makes them a little more challenging to administer. This is also a strategic approach. Option 2 recognizes that we have growth areas, we have urban areas, and we have rural areas, and it allows us to evaluate each of those areas individually. Next slide, please. Our third and final threshold option consists of 3 individual thresholds: the interim threshold for the Tahoe Basin that I mentioned earlier, along with a 15% reduction for developing and established areas, which are shown in blue on this map. And in rural areas, we would expect projects to be no worse than existing VMT levels and consistent with the SACOG Metropolitan Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy, which is also known as the MTP-SCS. The MTP-SCS is a regional planning document that demonstrates how the region intends to reduce greenhouse gas emissions over the next couple of decades to achieve the state's goals. Next slide, please. This threshold option is a blend of OPR's recommendations. It recognizes that rural areas are different and it's very hard to achieve reductions in VMT in those areas. Unlike the other options, this threshold option wouldn't require any reduction in VMT for our rural areas, but it would require consistency with the MTP SCS. Consistency with that document demonstrates that the project is not interfering with the region's ability to meet our greenhouse gas reduction goals. However, that document specifies very little growth in our rural areas, so only small projects would be considered to be consistent. Because option 3 applies a reduction only to certain areas, this option could fall short of meeting our 15% reduction overall. Next slide, please. So those are the 3 threshold options for your consideration today. And now I'll go over our preliminary approach. In this section, I'll go over the components where we have choices to make in implementing SB 743. I'll outline our team's recommendations for 4 components, including the metrics, the methodology, the screening criteria, and the thresholds. I do want to emphasize that this is just a starting point. We do fully expect that all of these components could change over the next several years as we start to implement VMT, but we do need to establish a starting point for projects that are currently preparing their environmental documents. So for our preferred metrics, these will be selected based on project type. We are recommending use of household VMT per capita for residential projects. This metric captures all travel to and from a household over the course of a typical day. For non-residential projects, we're recommending, excluding retail, we're recommending work VMT per employee. This metric focuses in on the commute distance and bringing jobs closer to where people live. For retail projects, we're recommending the net increase in VMT. And the reason that retail projects are different from other non-residential is to recognize that new retail projects have the potential to shift people's shopping patterns. In the example that Nikki gave earlier about the grocery store, with all things being equal, most retail trips are likely to go to the closest destination. So this metric encourages retail projects to locate closer to their target market. For planning level documents like general plans and specific plans, we recommend a VMT per service population metric, but would also allow for a VMT per capita or VMT per employee metrics to be used. The service population is the total of the employment, the population or the residents, and the students for a specific geographic area. Other metrics will be considered for unique projects, especially those without employment or residence. We do want to maintain some flexibility as we implement VMT on projects. Next slide, please. So similar to the metrics, the methodology will be selected on a case-by-case basis. As Nikki mentioned, we have a variety of tools and models available to calculate VMT, and county staff will guide project applicants in the selection of those tools. That'll be based on a number of factors, including project type, size, location, and more. We do prefer the project effect methodology, but we want to recognize that it's not going to be feasible for all projects to calculate. And so project generated VMT or a qualitative discussion of VMT can be used instead. Next slide, please. So as Nikki mentioned, the screening criteria are used to identify the type and size of project that are unlikely to cause a significant VMT impact. These types of projects can be assumed to be less than significant without a detailed VMT analysis. We recommend using OPR's screening criteria, but we are conducting research to expand on some of these. For example, OPR recommends that projects that generate 110 or fewer daily trips be presumed to be less than significant. That's about 11 single-family homes. However, we are evaluating research to expand this definition based on the average length of each trip. Deed-restricted affordable housing can be presumed to be less than significant under OPR's recommendations. And we're looking for evidence to expand this definition to other housing types, especially in the Tahoe Basin. Other types of projects that could potentially be screened out of VMT analysis include retail projects under 50,000 square feet, projects in low VMT generating areas, and locally serving recreational amenities like parks, libraries, and bike trails. Next slide, please. So the most important decision that we have to make is the selection of our threshold. And although we don't have a formal recommendation for you today, but we are leaning towards option 2, striving to achieve the 15% reduction in VMT efficiency metrics through the weighted average approach. This includes a higher threshold for developing areas and a lower threshold for rural areas. Each project would be measured against the VMT in the sub-region where that project is located. We feel that this threshold option most closely aligns with the goals that we set for this project, including reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. And it also promotes strategic and thoughtful land use planning that will result in reductions in VMT per capita and other VMT efficiency metrics. Next slide, please. So the purpose of today's workshop is to receive feedback from your board and our community on the preliminary approach. The deadline for implementation, as it was mentioned, is July 1st of 2020, and we hope to have a threshold adopted before that date. To do that, we will gather feedback today and from the Planning Commission on May 28th, and we'll further refine our preliminary approach. After that, we plan to return to the board for adoption in late June or early July. Throughout the next several months, we'll also continue to work on mitigation strategies, analysis guidelines, staff training, and development of the Placer VMT tool. After implementation, we will continue to evaluate, monitor, and make adjustments as necessary. We're also exploring the feasibility of a regional mitigation program with our partners in the SACOG and TRPA regions. Next slide, please. And with that, I will open it up for any questions that you have. We have Ken, Nikki, and I in the room here. And we also have Rob Hananucci from Fair and Peers on the phone to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. Questions from board members, Supervisor Euler.
Thank you. So help me understand the nexus between the transition from level of service, which we've historically used, to VMT, which we're now, by virtue of the state law, being required to use. I understand the state's desire to continue to social engineer through state law, thereby usurping local counties' authority when it comes to the projects as we evaluate them. What I'm having trouble understanding is how this translates then into a fee schedule that we put together for projects as they come through. Right now, our fee schedule, of course, is based on level of service, and the capital improvement program for each of our community plan areas. So for instance, in Granite Bay, because we have so few so little development potential left, and yet such significant needs for improvements based on levels of service, we have, I believe, the highest traffic mitigation fee of any of the community plan areas. However, it sounds like under this model, which moves away from level of service and moves toward vehicle miles traveled, given that Granite Bay is located very close to good shopping and job opportunities in Roseville and Folsom, it sounds like the VMT threshold being lower should translate into a lower fee impact. So that's what I'm trying to get my arms around now, is how do we move away, if in fact the state is requiring us to do so, how do we move away from a standard of level of service which drives our fees to a VMT which drives our fees?
Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works. So at its purest form, the SB 743 is only talking about the impacts as we review them through CEQA document, a California Environmental Quality Act document. And so they're basically saying from a CEQA perspective that being delayed is not important. What's really important are the greenhouse gas emissions. So that is how we will look at
I'm sorry,
CEQA.
Ken, I don't mean to interrupt, but even though everybody knows that being delayed increases greenhouse gas emissions, because the vehicle miles that I travel might be smaller, but if I'm sitting on the road for 45 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes, I'm producing more emissions.
It is not always intuitive. I agree with you if people are sitting down still, but there is, for vehicle miles traveled versus emissions, typically the more miles you drive, the more emissions you have. It is also a function of speed, so it's not as intuitive as you would think. But I think what I would like to say here is most jurisdictions, and I would propose that we would be the same, that I do believe level of service is still important to our constituents. They don't want to be sitting in traffic. They want to be able to go where they want to go in a reasonable amount of time. So although we may not look at it from a transportation impact under CEQA, I still think under our general plan, we would still be recommending that level of service is still relevant. And as such, we have a desire to keep some level of capacity that's balanced with vehicle miles traveled, that again allows our communities to grow and prosper. There will be a discussion in our fee programs, a separate discussion, as to the balance between projects that increase capacity, which I think people are still going to want some level of that, and is there a need to do other things, other mitigations for VMT, which tend to be driven by bike, pedestrian, and transit. What we find is that a lot of those investments are pretty expensive per unit of benefit. And so I think the key way we are looking at meeting our VMT, and I think your board has already been going there, is this: how do we bring jobs closer to our residents? Historically, way back historically, a lot of our jobs were sent down to Sacramento. People moved here, they drove down to Sacramento. They still do that to some form, but with Roseville's growing job centers, your board approving like the Sunset Industrial area, or Sunset Plan area, that will have additional job growth. The whole intent there is to bring a job closer to the residents. And what we hope is to keep people here in Placer, ideally, not perfect, ideally we would have one person living here with one job here. No one ever has to go outside the county. That's probably not realistic, but the more balance we find to allow people to live, work, and play in the same county, I believe we're going to find we're going to be doing very well in the VMT metric. So I'm hoping it's not all about mitigation. I think it's all about finding that job balance with our residential base here in Placer County as best as we can. So I do believe we will still have a CIP that's going to have projects associated with capacity to some extent, and there may be some extent that there are some VMT projects that make sense that are included in there. But I do not see our fee program being solely focused on VMT reducing projects.
Well, along those lines then, if you're anticipating that we are keeping the mitigation plans that we've already adopted based on a level of service, then what's the hammer for VMT? Are we saying there will be an additional fee that development has to pay above and beyond our already existing traffic impact fees that are based on a level of service?
I believe our goal is how do we balance those two so that it doesn't increase? And I think the key is most of the VMT reduction has got to be not by having someone pay a fee so we can build a bike trail. It's about ensuring that we have job growth as balanced with our residential growth within our county, which doesn't require a fee. That will be largely a marketplace driven, I don't want to say phenomenon, a market-based driven approach. And it appears, based on the modeling and based on the projects your board has approved but have have not yet developed, that we are going in the right direction. We may not be quite there, but the projects your board have approved are already leading us into that direction.
Oh, I agree with that. And that's obviously a big point of our discussion as a board during the sunset plan area conversation. So as we evaluate the three alternatives, I note that in the staff report, option 3, which is the least restrictive and provides the most flexibility to this board moving forward, you've written the approach, option 3. The approach would meet the intent of the law insofar as major growth pressure is limited in rural parts of the county. So option 3, the least restrictive, providing the most flexibility to our board, meets the law.
All of this is going to be subject to probably court cases and interpretation that occurs going into the future. Option 3, I believe all the options are all about trying to balance who perceives themselves as a winner and who perceives themselves as a loser. In option 3, rural areas are definitely a winner. They would have a zero, they don't have to do any better than what they're doing today. The areas in West Placer that are developing, because of their location, particularly I believe down to Sacramento and some of the job centers, would be in very good shape. But some of our numbers are indicating some of what we'll call the developed areas like Granite Bay and Auburn, some of those areas that aren't as growing as fast, are kind of established communities. They would have a very difficult time making that 15%. And so under option 3, you can't take a broad brush and say this is good for everyone or this is good for no one. Every one of them is pinpointed at one group does pretty well and another group or area doesn't do as well. And so our goal is trying to find a way, instead of comparing us to each other or trying to have us be better than LA or Sacramento, we want, or even better than another area within the county, we want every sub area within the county to say, you need to be a little better than what you are, about 15% depending, but we're not going to compare you to another area within the county that just is apples and oranges compared to you. So option 3 is not all positive for everyone. There are people, there are areas within the county that would have difficulties developing under option 3.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. I've got questions, but Cindy, do you have questions?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I know this isn't relative right now to TRPA in the Eastern Placer County area, but I just wanted to show the context of on western side where we're trying to move jobs closer to residential. On the eastern side, we're definitely trying to get residents closer to their jobs. And I just want to keep making that point to this board, how diametrically opposed we are in different parts of our county. One size doesn't fit all. And I'd love to see a kind of a blending of what it might look like on option 2 and 3 to adjust for, I think what we're being asked to do is balance impacts. And so how we measure that is really getting down, unfortunately, into the detail to make sure we understand what we're adopting and those potential impacts on already developed areas if we went with potentially option 3, which I've heard some support for, but I'm concerned about Auburn and obviously Granite Bay, other developed communities, and what are those impacts, making sure we're aware of those. So I would ask staff to maybe prepare kind of a matrix chart or spreadsheet so we could really see what you anticipate the impacts are there.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions. Under the option 2 that has the different thresholds for the different areas, the developing areas are at 20%. And we have areas like Placer Vineyards, Placer Ranch, Regional University that have already been approved. But to what level were they approved at, right? So when they put their plans together, was it with a 15%, assumption that they would reduce VMT about 15%? Or are we actually asking those areas to increase how much VMT they reduce? So that's one question. But then my other question is with Placer Vineyards, there's not a whole lot of jobs. It's more of a residential area than a job area. So what was built into Placer Ranch, which is a good balance of jobs and residential, Placer Vineyards is not the same. And we've got a lot more residential there than we do have businesses. And so it seems like it would be a little bit more difficult even with the Placer Vineyards to hit a 20%, unlike Placer Ranch. So that's a little bit of my concern about this, the option 2 and how it's laid out. But if you can answer the question about the existing plans and what they built into their projects, that would be helpful.
So I think the first point to be made is this is really about future environmental reviews of future projects. It is our opinion those projects like Placer Vineyards, Placer Ranch, Regional University, they have already been approved. They have their allotment, they have their entitlements. They don't have to ask for further environmental review. So at its base, this should not apply to them at all, in our opinion.
Unless there's a rezone, right? So if there was a rezone, if there was
a significant change, that would then apply, and we are going to have to show how that works. Normally, when somebody goes and wants to do a change, you compare yourself to your own baseline. What I would say is, in my opinion, if you had a baseline for Placer Vineyards of 100 VMT per person, and now you are going to go to, you were proposing a change that would bring you down to 95, you're doing better than you're already allowed to. I believe we're going to be able to find that you're okay. That time will tell how the law gets developed further or refined or how courts look at it. But it is our opinion that right now, first off, until there's a rezone, it doesn't apply to them. When there is a significant one, it will have to be evaluated based on their particular circumstance. What we do find is that those approvals, our modeling is showing, they are showing great benefit in VMT over the average of our development that has currently happened here. They have designed their developments to do better than what we have today. With just the projects that have been approved by your board that have not been developed, our VMT will go down double digits all on its own. Some areas higher, and areas like Vineyards, because of their proximity, not necessarily with jobs within the specific plan, but their proximity to Sacramento, their proximity to some of the job centers about Roseville, they do very good on their VMT, relatively speaking. And I believe projects like Placer Ranch in the Sunset area, where you have a much higher job generation, is going to help our county overall over time. I do believe we have to look at it from a much larger landscape, not individual projects. In the end, you have to see how we're matching this job residence balance over the entire county. Did that answer the question?
I think so. So if there was a rezone in Placer Vineyards, right, and maybe it's a large rezone, does that VMT, is it based on the entire specific plan or just that one project that would have to, that rezone would trigger a change in the VMT?
So if someone, we're going to have to develop guidelines for that. That's part of the next step after we start getting some idea of where we want to go. Each project will have to outline what that process they have to go through. In my opinion, it would be looking at that particular land use in context of the overall specific plan, but we would only be looking at what was that land use's average VMT currently, and what is the proposed changes VMT, and what's the difference between those two numbers.
So I understand that. I think what's interesting is that you had mentioned like some of these plans already will meet double-digit rejection in VMT. And so I think, to me, it's really important that there's flexibility, because if that whole plan is already performing well, then you should be able to make some changes within a plan that would still allow that plan to meet the criterion, because I want to see flexibility. I think that's really important. I hate stringent, you have to meet this, and I would much rather see some flexibility. I think that's important as we look at this. The other question I have is under option 2. It states in the staff report that this approach is unlikely to be used by other agencies. So option 2 is unlikely to be used by other lead agencies. So can you define what that means? Like, what other lead agencies would not tend to go by option 2? And if we chose option 2, that makes us very different than what other local jurisdictions?
Yeah, so other local jurisdictions from around the state are currently grappling with the same question right now. Those that have chosen to implement, the large majority of them have gone with the OPR recommendation, which is 15% below the regional average. So we don't, when I say we don't know of any other agencies that are taking this approach, it means that it's a bit creative, and we're looking to develop an approach that will work for Placer County, as opposed to taking the one-size-fits-all approach that the state has recommended for us.
Okay.
And I'd like to add that really, because of the diversity of the county, Tahoe, all the mountains in between, down to the foothills, down to the valley floor, not many people face all those different areas, and trying to create a one metric for everybody, that might work great when you're in Sacramento or San Francisco or wherever where it's a lot more homogeneous. But in a county such as ours, we believe we need to have something different for the different regions. Otherwise, some areas will have a very difficult, if not impossible, time to meet the standard.
Oh, and I agree. I don't think it's 15% across the board. It's very different in North Auburn than it is in West Roseville. Absolutely. I think the question, so it's not 15% one size fits all. I agree. I think the question is, do we do option 2, or do we meet the intent of the law, which is more of option 3? Supervisor Euler, question?
Yeah, I think, Ken, you might have just swerved into the question I was going to ask, and that is, under any kind of a VMT threshold, a project like Squaw Valley gets absolutely hammered.
I think I missed that question there.
So a project like Squaw Valley, if we had to evaluate the Squaw Valley project under this threshold, given that it's all housing and people are driving a long way to get to that housing, that project gets absolutely hammered under this threshold.
Probably would get hammered under any of the options. That would be that could be very difficult.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Let's open it up to the public for questions. We have questions from the public.
Good morning, please state your name for the record.
Go ahead, you are live, whoever you are.
Good morning, please state your name for the record.
We hear something there. Go ahead, please. All right.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. This is Scott Roberts, Placer Development Group. Our only comment here this morning is to express our desire to be involved in this process, to continue our dialogue with staff. Obviously, this issue could have a huge impact on the developing areas that already have approved land plans, like Placer Vineyards. So we just respectfully request that we be involved moving forward as these three options that have been presented this morning and others are further vetted. Thank you.
Before you hang up, who was this, please?
This is Chad Roberts on behalf of the Placer Vineyards Development Group.
Okay, and so Chad, can you just clarify, maybe you can say it again, we didn't hear you very clearly. I want to make sure we heard your comment.
Sure, and I apologize for that. Our only comment this morning is to just ask to be involved as this process continues to continue our dialogue with staff. We're obviously concerned with the impact that this VMT issue may have on these developing areas that already have approved land plans. So as these three options are further vetted and perhaps others are further vetted, we just want to make sure that we're a part of that process.
Great, thank you very much, Chad, appreciate it. Do we have any other callers?
We do not.
All right, no other callers, so we will close public comment and bring it back to the board for direction to staff or input to staff. Any other input? Supervisor Wygant.
I'll just add, I'll embrace what Kirk and Cindy and Bonnie also stated. I think at this point I sure couldn't tell you whether I explicitly am embracing 2 or 3, but I want more flexibility. And I want us to be as reasonable as possible. So I'd point out things like, in my view, building on Kirk's social engineering comment, with which I agree, a land development plan, I want us to first embrace the board's vision as it relates to land development planning. So obviously there's a need for rural areas where there's going to be longer commute times, but I'm guessing that there's going to be a huge amount of improvement as it relates to greenhouse gas emissions with new technology, methods of transportation, electric cars and those kinds of things, as compared to forcing beehive clustering of how we live and work as per the alternative that was considered in the Sunset Plan. So that alternative to me was not even viable. Staff acknowledged that it had a 150-year build-out scenario. That's economically infeasible, period. So whereas I know we have this extra layer of state regulation, I want us to constantly look through that, do the best we can to try to seek compliance, but bring back to us where there is glaring conflict with what we're trying to accomplish as compared to this particular approach. Thanks.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Bonnie. In addition to the impacts and maybe the issues between options 2 and 3, and reflecting on Supervisor Euler's comments, I continue to be thoughtful of how we need to address this on a regional basis and not project by project. Transportation doesn't work project by project. It works on a regional basis, and I know we've been talking quite a bit about that in the Tahoe region, that really it's got to be based on area plans or on other thoughtful approaches to regional solutions. So I just want to continue to push on that idea of how we develop systems that then we as a county take a leadership role in, so that our development partners can take and use those credits toward their development. So it's kind of a combination approach, but I want to be thoughtful about that, because project by project we never get there, and we argue and we see the infeasibility of some of those costs. But if we can do it on a regional basis and provide a system that then we're accredited with meeting those goals, then we can figure out ways to approach those goals. Very similar to the conservation plan is what I'm envisioning for transportation, where we meet the goals and then the credits are given back based on people being able to participate. But that we're all paying in, because we all do need to make some changes in order to get to these levels.
Thank you, and I think I appreciate both of my colleagues' comments. I think I want to meet the intent of the law, and comply where we need to, but I also want to make sure that we have flexibility for projects because it's really important. And I do think we're going to actually have things are going to look very different as we actually have people working from home now. And maybe not full-time, but having split schedules. It's going to really change our dynamics, which will already change air quality as I stay home and work from home a couple of days a week versus driving to Auburn regularly. And I hope that my colleague Supervisor Gustafson does that more often instead of driving back and forth over the hill. So hopefully that's helpful. Our comments to you, staff. Any other questions from us before we wrap up?
No.
Okay, great. So with that, thank you very much. We appreciate the update, and it sounds like we'll be hearing back from you next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to item 8A, which is the update on COVID-19, and then we will also take item 19A after we get the update from our CEO. So with that, I'll turn it over to Todd Leopold.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Board. I got a number of items I'm going to share with you. What I'd like to do is just start with some specific data as kind of current regarding this COVID situation. As far as cases go, since inception, we've had 175 cases, 8 deaths. Currently, 3 individuals are in our hospital system and none are in our intensive care unit. So we're actually trending in a positive manner, and that continues to be the case. Optum testing sites, we have 2 of those. Currently, we're testing approximately 100 tests per day at the grounds location in Roseville, and just under 20 per day at our Kings Beach location in the event center there. Opportunity for additional testing is available for residents who would like to do that. We encourage that to take place. As far as our attestation process that was approved by the board at our last board meeting, we have 45 new contact tracers currently trained and scheduled for some additional training later in the week. So we're ramping up the request and the need for that, as well as identifying 2 hotels that we've contracted with for unsheltered individuals. So we have capacity at this point for 69 additional rooms. In addition, we were able to receive FEMA trailers, as was noted by Jeff Brown previously to you all. Those 8 of those are actually over at the Gold Country Fairgrounds right now, and we will be turning those into permanent housing at the end of this event. We've been actually very fortunate and seen a lot of recognition, and I would be remiss to say that our folks, Darren Rupert, Miranda Glick, Sherry Conway, Scott Sandoval, and Jane Christensen were instrumental on putting together our Reopen Placer website. It's got not only significant interest from our business community, but it also has a tremendous interest actually around the state of what we've done up to this point in putting together some really good information for our residents. So I just want to say thank you to them, and it's a tremendous work they've done on their part. I think finally, I'll mention that our environmental health workers are directly out there working with our local businesses and really reopening of our restaurants for in-person dining and coinciding with the social distancing aspects. So quick rundown about what's going on in terms of data around our COVID situation as it relates to public health and safety and our HHS folks. So next I want to talk a little bit about operations countywide. We've asked each of department directors and elected offices to create a reopening framework. We actually put a process in place for them to look at our facility needs, any PPE equipment or necessities for reopening guidelines, looking at our front counter spaces in all of our buildings that have interaction with our residents, and doing modification as deemed necessary. Those plans are to be submitted to the CEO's office by the end of this week, and over the course of the next number of weeks, transitions will be taking place. We do see obviously some really positive trends in terms of folks working remotely, and so we're going to continue to evaluate that. I know we'll have some individuals that'll continue to work in that practice, but our intent is to bring online functions that lend themselves to social distancing. I think we're going to see efforts to delay that as part of the library functions. Right now, we have some back office functions, but at actual front work with residents is going to take a little more time. We do have some staff in our library operations that are helping with the contact tracing efforts. So really reallocating our staff is necessary, and that's kind of continued over the last number of weeks. So we have a game plan in place, and I think that's really important for us as we move forward. But this is going to take a little time, and as most of our other jurisdictions know, both the cities and the other counties, things don't just open up right away. But we're going to continue to promote a lot of our online services because we do a large portion of that, and we'll do that and continue that effort as we move through this process. But we are looking to open up some of our front counter spacings. We'll be doing a lot of public outreach in terms of press releases as we do that. It's probably going to be in a modified version, and we'll again focus on online services if people want to interact with us in that way as well. Quickly around reopening our placer, again, our business community through the attestation process allowed for opening of all of the Phase 2 businesses, but we also have had some good conversations with our United Auburn Indian community regarding their reopening plan and strategy, and they've done a great deal of work. I appreciate their contact with us and our staff over the last week or so, talking about their focus efforts. I will tell you, the governor did reach out to them and expressed a interest in delaying their opening for a little bit, and they've been very gracious in obliging the governor. But there was a letter that was sent back to them on the 18th, dated May 18th, and it really speaks to the collaborative effort between the tribe and the state of California on working together on this. They're going to be looking at a mid-June opening, and that date will be forthcoming. But they have identified that they have the capacity to do that, and we've just been we're going to support them as much as possible to make that happen. A little bit about data regarding TOT collection. I will tell you the efforts that you put in place on May 5th board meeting, really a ratification of a request to defer TOT tax collection for a number of months till basically July 31st. It translated into a couple things. One is 95% return rate, so folks that businesses that submitted their certificates, or have a certificate, I should say, remitted their actual payment, what that was going to be. Some of them were unable to make that payment. That was part of the stipulation. They had to submit their actual certificate and what they were proposing to collect, but they had that delay in actually making that payment. I will tell you about 5% of those that submitted the return opted for that deferral. So we have a general idea what the collection amount is coming out, at least for that third quarter of this current fiscal year. Year over year, from the same quarter, we're down about 32%. It's pretty close to translating into really getting into that March timeframe, really kind of put the brakes on TOT and efforts that are going on up in largest portion happening in Tahoe, but we have some other areas as well that felt that impact. So it was about again a 32% reduction from what we had experienced last year. And then the final thing I'll mention to you all, and then I'll take any questions or comments you may have. We've received a lot of public inquiry about schools, and I think you heard one earlier in the public comment period. I will tell you that and let folks know that are listening to this, this is a school district, and the Board Office of Education, any comments regarding schools and coming back online, I'd encourage you to reach out to the Office of Education. Their next board meeting is scheduled for June 11th. You can get more information at their website. But in concert with the Board of Education and the individual school districts are making those determinations about school closures and when they're coming back online. So I'd encourage those that have an interest to reach out to the appropriate jurisdiction that's handling those decisions. So I'll leave it at that. Those were the highlights I had for today.
Thank you, Todd. Supervisor Holmes, questions?
Thank you, Todd. A couple questions. I know the Auburn United Indian Community was shooting for June the 1st to open, and now they've changed it to the middle of June, the 15th, I believe.
That's,
Do you think that, I haven't heard the governor's press conference comments yesterday. Does it look like the governor is going into phase 3 by that time? Is that?
I think that there is growing pressure about that. I think
I
as
know
we
that.
see in the next few weeks, for us, again, I kind of listed out the data points for us. We, as a county, we're seeing really good movement in this space in terms of no escalations of folks coming into the hospitals and that sort of thing. I think what we're going to see in the next couple of weeks, especially because the attestation process has kicked in, we have a number of counties that have already put this in place. If you do not see much movement in terms of cases going up or deaths being attributed to maybe opening up our businesses, there's going to be greater pressure here. I think the Auburn Indian community recognizes that there is, we're in a good place here as Placer County in terms of what the caseload is. They have a lot of social distancing efforts. I know they, I believe, met with many of you individually, but they met with our staff as well. And I think they're following all the protocols that Dr. Sisson's put in place around this and probably gone above and beyond what's necessary. So they have, I think the general sentiment is they want to really be good partners, not only with the state, but with the county as well. But they also recognize that in the event that they are a business and they want to open up and be accessible, but they want to do it in a safe manner.
So I know there are some businesses that are in the phase 3 and they're already ready to go. They're already done all that. So hopefully the governor will move in that direction. You also mentioned that we have 8 FEMA trailers.
We have 12 actually, 8 of which are at the Gold Country Fairgrounds right now. The others are going to be dispersed out appropriate based on where HHS thinks the greatest need is. These are for homeless individuals. Typically, we're addressing families because they're sized appropriately for that.
So that's going to be permanent, they're going to be transitioned into permanent housing? And at what location? So locations been identified at all?
Have not been identified to date.
All right, thank you.
And some other questions, but just point of clarification for folks, right? United Auburn Indian Community could actually choose to open up regardless of working with the county because they are a sovereign nation.
That's
So I think
correct.
that's really important for people to understand is that we don't have any authority over them, but they are working with our health officer to make sure that they have all the proper health and safety measures for them opening up. And so I just want folks to know that. It's not like Placer County is giving them the green light. They are allowed to have a green light, and they actually responded to the state and said, we'll hold back for a couple of weeks. So I want to make sure folks understand that.
That's correct.
Supervisor Euler,
Yes, thank you. First, I had a few questions that were specific for Dr. Sisson, particularly regarding the cancellation of summer sports programs for kids. Why is she not participating today?
We can try and get her on the call if you like.
Let's see
more than happy to
let's
do
see if we can get her on, and then we can ask some questions and
All right,
maybe do public comment.
Sure. Yeah, I do have a couple of quick questions.
Okay.
In regard to what you said, Todd. So you identified our testing capacity at, I think you said 100 at the fairgrounds and 20 per day in Kings Beach? Is
Yeah,
that-
I wanted to clarify it. Those are how many we're getting on average a day, not necessarily our testing capacity a day.
Oh, okay. So what is our actual testing capacity?
My understanding is 130.
132 at each site.
Correct.
132 at each site.
So we have tremendous capacity.
So
one
we have,
in-
we're
on either.
we're not being overwhelmed. We have all kinds of capacity, and we can handle everybody who wants a test.
At this point in time, we don't seem to have any backlog.
Okay. Thank you.
I have are you finished with questions?
Yeah, thank
I have one question, Todd, and that was, you had mentioned that we have 10% of our workforce that could be reassigned to other duties. Have we had them reassigned to other duties?
Yeah, we have actually, honestly, we have, that's a very small number, most of which are administrative in nature, but they also transition really well to, I think contact tracing was a great effort where we reallocate these folks to do some temporary work. The training requirements were fairly minimal and they can actually come online. But we are sending people back, and part of the reopening plan is really the focus. If we have individuals that aren't working, we'd like to bring them back in, because most of the time the effort in the reasoning is because they're not in the working environment. They can't conduct their business outside or remotely. So our emphasis, I think, from a department on all the departments is bring back those individuals and let's maximize their usage. In the event that that is not possible, either the conditions don't warrant it or there's some other ancillary factors, we are wanting to focus efforts to get them reassigned to other duties, at least temporarily. And I think, honestly, we've done a really good job in that, and actually we've had some individuals that have moved between departments to make that happen. So.
Thank you. We've got questions from Supervisor. Let's get questions from Supervisor Wygant, Supervisor Euler, and then we can bring on Dr. Sisson to ask questions before we open to the public.
Perfect.
What I wanted to do was give an update to the board based on the request that I made last time about potentially doing the serology study. Is that fine?
Yes, absolutely.
So I want to thank Todd for making Dave DeFonte available to work with me, and then Shanti Landon for a huge number of hours have been invested in doing that. But as a precursor, again, last time I talked about how without having definitive information as to what our infection rate is, it feels to me like we're flying around blindly with our eyes purposefully closed, I guess. Because in the early days of this, it was explained to us that our mitigation policies were specifically designed to make sure that we didn't overwhelm our medical capacity that needed to deal with this. We didn't know what that looked like, so we reacted quite strongly. We've learned since that in Placer County, we simply never came close to pushing that capacity envelope. And I mentioned that I was able to hook up with Dr. Parsonet at Stanford University, who is an epidemiologist and has a long career in this, and she's been incredibly gracious with her time. But to give you an example for me, why this idea seems to have such great merit is that at some point we started with 0 infections, and at some later point in time we're going to end up with herd immunity or something like it, and that's going to be 50, 60, 80% of the population having been exposed and developing some kind of antibody level. That could happen much more easily with a vaccine. Hopefully that will happen. If it doesn't, we're going to be somehow dealing with policy on this issue for years. And not knowing the extent to which Placer County's population is infected literally just makes no sense to me whatsoever when that technology is available. So we've had several conversations with Dr. Parsonet and some of her colleagues. We've heard some really neat ideas and different approaches. And we've kind of come down to a potential package that I think is really close to being wrapped up for consideration to the board. And that's where Dave and Shanti could help me out if we need, or if there are any specific questions that I just don't recall or need help with. But for about a $200,000 cost, we could do something like, probably in our case, use Quest Laboratories to do serology tests. We would have to hire, for scientific statistical purposes, a marketing firm that would then vet our demographics, our population, so that we ended up with volunteers who were representatives, so we could know things like, we would learn, obviously, with a very high degree of certainty, the amount of infection. We would learn how that would potentially compare between places like our urban areas in the south as compared to the tourism-based areas on the east side, and maybe as compared to remote places, more remote places like Forest Hill, and what policy implications there might be from that. Dr. Parsonet hooked us up with a marketing research firm in Southern California that was involved in the study that was done at USA in Southern California, if I recall those details correctly. And they tooled up for doing this work because they saw the demand, they see it as being a good avenue for them. And so they work now with scientific advisors to learn how to really target what they do for this purpose. And Dr. Parsonet seemed to have a very high regard for this particular firm. That would be our biggest price tag item, and that's somewhere, they've given us a preliminary estimate, it's about $150,000. On Saturday, Dave and Shanti had a conversation with Quest. They pointed out that federal law now provides that anyone who has insurance would have this test covered fully by their insurance. So another cost exposure to the county, in that we would make sure, we'd want to make sure, in my view, that we had representative sampling of all of our county. So there would be some people that would be required to be tested that are uninsured. And we would have to pick up that cost at about $65 per test. That would be somewhere around the, if you assume we do 1,000 samples, which has been discussed, and you assume 25% of those are uninsured, that would cost us about $16,000. Additionally, I would want us to consider some kind of consulting contract with Dr. Parsonet so that we could have some genuine scientific purview. She even offered that maybe we could make a contribution to Stanford University, but I think that would be somewhere in the $20,000 neighborhood. And I want to emphasize that just on Saturday, we started reaching out to people as a result of a conversation I had with the United Auburn Indian community who expressed an interest in this and potentially funding it. I feel confident we could raise half of that money through contributions. And today we have firm verbal commitments for about $50,000. So we're down to winnowing down whether or not this study here would be sort of scientifically gold-plated, if you will. To get there, we have to have institutional review board. There are different ways to do that. There are complicated, expensive, and long ways to do it, like having it be done through Stanford. And there are more streamlined methods for doing it. And since the studying we're doing is not, the technology is not complicated, and we're not doing complicated steps at this point, there are much easier ways to do that, according to Dr. Parsonet, and much less expensive ways that would cost something like $3,000 to $5,000. I think if we did that, we would also have to have a designated principal investigator. In my view, if we didn't do any of that, we still would have really important and useful information for us here on the board. So what I see going forward is that some point, and incrementally along the line, what we're already seeing is that more and more there will be local county-oriented management of this issue. It could happen like it did in Wisconsin with a Wisconsin State Supreme Court who said that the governor didn't have the authority to impose an order. We see still governor control oriented towards this effort in California, but with a willingness to have us open up more. And so let's say, for example, this issue calms down through the summer like some expect because it's a virus that behaves something like the flu. And so we're not in the flu season, but we're thinking about opening up schools or other things. We could do a follow-up test, and we would know what the spread rate occurred at during the summertime. Or maybe a year from now, we went through another flu season and we learned whatever happened. We might want to do a follow-up test because we're trading off again the damage from mitigation compared to the attempt to have the fewest number of people affected by this virus. So it's a baseline to me that I think is fundamental. It's, I think, easily within reach here, and I think that information is something that is of interest in other places. As I mentioned, LA County did it very quick with that marketing firm that I mentioned, with an effort that they could put together, cobble together quickly, but still got good results that have been published. Orange County is doing a Cadillac version of that right now, working with the same firm, and they're also using a lot of contributions from interested people who are helping the county make that decision. So My hope is that we can package up in a very short period of time something that the board could consider. And I'm happy to answer any questions or direct those to Shanti and Dave if necessary.
Thank you. Appreciate that update. And I think I'm certainly interested in seeing, what the costs are so that we have a better understanding of, how much insurance would reduce the costs and et cetera. So look forward to seeing that. Let's see, Supervisor Gustafson, you had some questions.
Yeah, and first off, Robert, thank you for your work on that, and Shanti and Dave and everybody participating. I think it'd be fascinating to do it, and I'm sure there's others who would be willing to donate and try to raise that private contribution to reduce the financial, and I'm happy to talk to folks about it as well. Todd, I wanted to ask on, as we've opened up on 2B, Phase 2B, Stage 2B businesses, I've had a number of questions on what we're doing on enforcement within restaurants, especially when people have driven by or felt that they've seen too many people or there's been some issue. And I've continued to say that we're focused on education versus enforcement. Is that still a fair representation? And
Yes.
Can you talk about the health department? Are they looking at stopping by businesses to check on their plans? I know this is all self-certification, but I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Yeah, so we've, well, let me just step back and say education has been our primary focus and will continue to be that way. Having said that, there have been a lot of calls from folks that have, either not understanding what all the businesses are that are actually within Phase 2, or they feel like there may be a couple that have opened up outside of that purview. Specifically around restaurants, obviously we have restaurant inspectors that address those. And so when there are calls that come in, we actually do two things. One, we identify, is this in an unincorporated area or is this in a specific jurisdiction? And we have reached out, basically our business community, our economic development staff will contact the individual jurisdiction if it is in that city and say, we have received a complaint or an issue that someone is not behaving in an appropriate manner, or it's open and shouldn't be, and turn those over to those individual jurisdictions to handle those cases. So they've, my understanding is all the cities are interested in knowing what businesses are adhering to those guidelines and which ones may not be, and so they're handling on their own behalf. But I think I can say pretty confidently that every jurisdiction I've been in contact with, education is their primary focus. So they may go out there and they may speak with that property owner or that business owner to discuss the situation and encourage them to do what they can if they feel it's inadequate. To some degree, not everybody understands or is crystal clear about what all the guidelines are, because some are, many of these are, again, are guidelines, and but we highly encourage that. And I think along with public health, we've done a lot of messaging, and I think, as I mentioned, the Reopen Placer website has been a real strong emphasis. A lot of folks, and again, not just the businesses themselves, but actually residents have hit that website to get more information. They all want to be informed, and most people will go into places they feel safe. And so there is some self-governance that happens in that same manner as well.
Great. And then I wanted to give a quick report, similar to Robert's, that meeting twice a week, I think, or 3 times a week with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. There's been, obviously a continued concern about visitation. So not only do we already have many day visitors coming up and recreating, second homeowners coming and going, which they've always done throughout this crisis, and fortunately, no new cases reported in Eastern Placer for almost a month now. Let's knock on wood on that. But certainly a lot of visitation from whether they're visitors or second homeowners and or part-time residents. So with that, we also know the Forest Service is opening up some campgrounds, and so the lodging community continues to be extremely concerned. And you heard earlier today we had public comment on STRs. We've received a number of emails on that. and a lot of concern from our lodging community, even testimonials that I've received from property management firms that have seen people going underground, taking their properties away from the property management firm and renting them on their own, not necessarily with submitting TOT, and trying to keep that because they're afraid to submit their TOT because then they could be caught for having done that. So we're driving this behavior, and we don't have the controls in the education. The point of me showing you the flyer is the steps the business community is taking with Take Care Tahoe, asking them to make it fun, to make it welcoming, but to also let people know the culture we want to see in Tahoe. When you're at a beach, these signs will be at county beaches, state park beaches, Forest Service beaches. They'll be in lodging when we're allowed to do that. But certainly at various businesses as well, that, you know, we want people to understand that when people do come to Tahoe, they're using both public lands and outdoor recreation as well as indoor spaces and kind of what the expectations are. I really want to commend the business community again. I know I keep saying this every meeting, but they've really taken the leadership on saying we want customers to feel safe, visitors to feel safe, and our locals to feel safe when you're visiting Tahoe. I'm going to continue to push. I know we did get a great letter from Senator Nielsen supporting reopening into Phase 3. I know we have gyms and salons and tourism lodging in that Phase 3 that are so critical to the well-being of our community. And for every dollar, just a reminder, every dollar spent on lodging, you can triple that with, at least triple that with what is spent then in recreation activities and food and beverage activities, let alone retail. And so it isn't just that we're down 32% in TOT collection. Now take that out for that quarter and take it to those other activities and where we lost funds. So we're going to continue. I did hear from TRPA that the marinas have been issued the stickers and can start issuing stickers for Tahoe-only boats. That's many of the local boats that just are put in and either by locals or part-time residents to boat on the lake, and so that's starting to happen. And outdoor recreation, we did get the indication that outdoor recreation is those that are in retail businesses that are renting kayaks, bikes, that's all approved with proper disinfection. So, you know, coming into Memorial Day, it's been a huge, huge concern of the community. We get these posters out, that we get some indication out because they're here and they're coming as day visitors or underground overnight visitors or to campgrounds in the region. What do we expect them to do at all of these facilities? And so we're trying to do our best. We'd love to get to the next phase where we could really do even more. So.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, I think we have Dr. Sisson on the line. And so let's get Dr. Sisson on the line, and then Supervisor Euler had a question or two, and then we'll have her answer any other questions from board members, and then we'll open it up to the public. So Dr. Sisson? Oh.
Dr. Sisson, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Great, wonderful. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate it. Supervisor Euler had a couple of questions. So Kirk, go ahead, please. Oh, trying your mic.
That'll help, huh? Appreciate you joining us. So the areas where I am receiving the most input from folks have to do with schools, sports, particularly summer sports, barbershops, salons, churches, and then the lodging and short-term rental issue. So I'm hopeful that as we sit here today, we can get some kind of guidance in terms of what we should be telling our constituents they can expect as far as guidance to schools is concerned and going to be as we head through summer and into the fall, sports, and then if you can distinguish, my understanding is barbershops and salons are specifically dictated by the governor, but what local discretion do we have in these other areas?
Sure, happy to answer those.
I know you had asked several minutes ago why I had canceled summer sports, so I want to be clear that I did not cancel any summer sports. Individual cities or schools or parks and recreation districts may have made those decisions themselves. What I can tell you is the state is quite clear on what is and is not allowed during stage 2. I can't speculate on stage 3 and when that will be coming, but what I can tell you is what the state allows now for whether a county has a variance or not as part of stage 2. So according to the state, and you can see this on their website, no sports can be played between non-household members during stage 2. So the specific guidance on the website does list, and it does state that it's non-exhaustive, but it lists some outdoor recreation activities that people are allowed to participate in, provided that they remain 6 feet apart and do not gather with others outside their household. That website does specifically refer to something called athletics, which is not defined. So I did reach out directly to the California Department of Public Health by email and received a response, and I will quote it to you here. Youth sports practices with non-household members would not be permitted. Athletics can only be done with members of the same household, end quote. So that is quite clear coming from the California Department of Public Health. You'll recall that it's the state health officer, Dr. Sonia Angel, who has issued the stay-at-home orders, and so all counties, including Placer County, are subject to those stay-at-home orders right now. So hopefully that addresses your question about youth sports.
It does, thank
you.
In
regards to schools, the California Department of Education, I've been informed, is currently developing guidance and guidelines for schools as they reopen. Schools are allowed to open during stage 2, but after consultation with the Placer County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Gail Garbolina Mojica, we decided that we would not include schools as part of Placer County's stage 2 attestation and reopening plan. 1, because there was a lack of guidance, and 2, because without that guidance, it would just create a lot of confusion by having schools included in the plan at that time. So we are awaiting the guidance from the California Department of Education. I've been told it's coming in the next week or 2. I do not know what will be included, but I will be happy to share that with the board when I receive it. I think following up on your question, Supervisor Euler, about barbershops and salons, you're absolutely correct that those have been designated as stage 3 businesses, and even with Placer County's variance, we are not allowed to reopen any stage 3 businesses at this time. Again, that is under the statewide order of the state public health officer, Dr. Sonia Angel. I would point everybody who's looking for clarification about what is and is not allowed, 1, to the reopened Placer site, but also to covid.ca.gov/roadmap. You can get a list of what is and is not allowed in counties with or without a variance. And additionally, if you go to covid19.ca.gov/roadmap-counties, you get a very clear list of what is not permitted to operate in the state of California at this time, and that includes, and I'm reading directly from that website, personal services such as hair and nail salons, tattoo parlors, gyms, and fitness studios. It also includes hotels/lodging for leisure and tourism. Given that I just selected those, given that those were on your list. I'll also add religious services and cultural ceremonies are on the list of businesses, establishments, and activities not permitted to operate in the state of California at this time. So as the local health officer, we have essentially no authority to grant exceptions to any of these businesses. We are under the jurisdiction and under the statewide stay-at-home order. So I hope that clears things up.
Okay, yes, thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Sisson. Looks like Supervisor Gustafson has a question.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Sisson, thanks again for all of your time on these issues. And not to belabor this, but I have had a number of questions from individuals now that we're in 2B, stage 2B, later part of stage 2, whatever we're calling it, related to family gatherings outside of one household. If they abide by the restaurant rules of 6 feet of separation, are gatherings allowed? So
again, this is an area where actually the state website is not clear, and the governor has not made public comment about what is allowed in terms of gathering in stage 2. So I reached out to the California Department of Public Health and received the following response, and again I will quote, "Gatherings of non-household members are not permitted in stage 2, end quote."
So they can go to a restaurant, but they can't gather it in their backyard. And that was the concern.
Correct. And just to clarify, they cannot go to a restaurant with people who are not household members. In-restaurant dining should be limited during stage 2 to people who are members of the same household. I know that's not how it's been interpreted by many of our restaurants that have reopened, but that is the intent of the state guideline.
Right, but a restaurant, as long as they're distanced, people that are strangers are sitting in the restaurant at the same time you're sitting in the restaurant. I realize that your own household has to sit at the table. Well, it's an interesting, I mean, those points of clarification, I appreciate you trying to interpret something that's not clear to you, from the governor as well, but I did get that question. The other comment I received, Dr. Sisson, yesterday from a businessman locally was the concerns, there's varying fears and lack of fear from our constituents. So we go from absolute, almost, I want to say hysterical paranoia to there is no issue and no concern. And we, as elected officials, get all of those emails and hear from both extremes. And of course, we try, as in all public policy, to find some, make some sense out of that. But one of the concern or questions that came up was this individual thought that if we had more data on the types of individuals, not names, but certainly their underlying medical conditions, how many of the deaths were underlying medical conditions, what's kind of the more detailed breakdown on those cases. If that information was more readily available, that people would have, maybe it would calm some of the extreme concerns and provide more input. So my question is, are we collecting that, and at what point can we see that, or can that be made public? Because I think the chart that we have up is great, but there's much more detail people have asked for.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And our team is actually working on updates to the data dashboard that's posted on the Placer website right now. But I can certainly share with you that of the 8 deaths, all 8 of them were in individuals with underlying conditions.
Great. And then of the cases that have been diagnosed, that was the other, those that have tested positive, that was the other concern, is maybe there's more demographics to that group that could be shared so people could have some relative confidence and knowledge moving forward on how they react to this situation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would ask for clarification there, because we are already sharing the breakdown by age and gender for our cases. So I guess my question would be, what additional demographic detail are they looking for on individual cases? We do have to, be cautious that we are maintaining patient confidentiality in all of these data releases. And so that's why, especially for our deaths, you haven't seen specific details other than age group, because we don't want to identify any specific individuals.
Well, and I would have to ask for clarification from the individual who asked me, but even on the underlying conditions was, if we understood if that was respiratory, coronary, I mean, so that people who have those conditions know, their level of concern, because many people have underlying conditions but aren't sure if they're more susceptible or not. So I will get more clarification, but if you have any information.
And our team would be happy to consider additions to the dashboard. Like I said, we are working on that. Just in terms, I would discourage residents, even if we did provide additional information about the underlying conditions associated with these 8 deaths. That is not, that's a very small sample. So I think it would make more sense for people to look at a list of deaths, nationally, and what underlying conditions were associated with those, because certainly our sample of 8 is not encompassing of all the underlying conditions that might put you at risk of serious disease and even death associated with COVID-19. And those lists have been published by the Centers for Disease Control and other individual scientific publications. So, we'd be happy to provide additional information about those risk factors on our website, but I think just seeing the underlying conditions in the people who have, the 8 people who have passed away in Placer County would not be an accurate representation of all of the conditions that put folks at risk of serious disease should they contract the SARS-CoV-2 virus or COVID-19.
Great. Well, I appreciate that. I think, there's so much conflicting information out there and so many different reports. People aren't sure what to trust as reported either through any of the media or through various studies. So any information that you have on that you could forward to me, I'd be happy to forward to this individual if there's more reliable sources. And thank you for your responses.
Great, thank you, Dr. Sisson. Appreciate you taking some questions. We're going to open this up to the public, and I'm sure we probably have some public comments. So with that, we'll take the first caller.
We're going to actually go ahead and go to the first Zoom caller.
We're going to go to the first Zoom caller, and we can let that person know you're welcome to show us your face if you would like.
Nick Bryant.
And Nick, thank you very much for waiting. We appreciate it. There you are. We can hear you. Well, let's see if we can hear you.
My name is Nick Bryant. How are you doing today?
Good. Thank you for joining us, Nick. Go ahead, please.
So with my thing on COVID-19, I do have some answers. When can we open the city of Roseville? And are we allowed to play games for basketball, like basketball games, like have a lot of people play? And we want to know with Roseville Transit, when can we pay our fare and use our Connect cards again?
Great questions. I know with Roseville Transit, I would suggest reaching out to the city of Roseville and asking questions directly of them. And then we did just hear from our public health officer that at this time, we are not able to have members who are not of the same household playing sports together, at least during this time of in phase 2.
And I know we're not in a state of emergency. And what Governor Newsom is doing, he's taking he's ruining our counties. And I think we need to. The state of emergency is over, Kirk. And I know this is getting ridiculous. And I'm getting tired of staying home. It's boring. And I think we need to reopen. It's time for us to get back to work.
Well, thank you very much for your comments, Nick. We really appreciate them. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Ann Bowler.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Ann.
Yes, and I own the flower farm, and I just wanted to say a few things. Though the number of cases in Placer County of COVID-19 has remained low, the numbers across the U.S. are increasing. And I'm concerned that the stay-at-home orders, as it's lifted and more people shop and go to restaurants and hotels, and people will travel to our region and bring the virus with them. I'm on the board of Visit Placer, and the studies have found for Visit California that beaches are the #1 destination, but mountains and rural areas are the #2 destination that people are going to look for as things open up. So that's us. So we need to protect ourselves to keep those numbers low. We're planning to reopen the Flower Farm Cafe in a way that will keep our staff and customers safe. And if I'm going to ask my employees to come off of unemployment and come back to work, I have to ensure that they're going to be safe, right? I recently participated in a workshop led by Cisco educational team, and Cisco predicts that takeout food will be the main income stream for restaurants for the near future, and that dine-in will be slow. Why? Because people aren't confident that they will be safe eating in restaurants. Fiscal encourages all restaurants to follow all state safety orders and insists that all employees wear masks and gloves and encourage their guests to do the same. Doctors and scientists have found that wearing masks is an effective way of reducing the spread of COVID-19. It seems to me that the only sensible thing to do is to encourage and even mandate. You were talking before about education versus mandate that when people are working in a public place that they wear a mask. It's the best way to keep us all safe. I've been dismayed by the pushback against masks and stay-at-home orders, especially by the Placer County Sheriff's Department has shown some of that. They're not listening to what scientists have been saying. My local Ace Hardware a few weeks ago insisted that customers wear masks, and their staff, of course, but I went there the other day and it was taken down, and there was these old gentlemen behind the counter that weren't wearing masks, and they were standing 3 men within a foot of each other without masks on. What's that going to do if COVID-19 starts to descend again? My oldest son lives in Indonesia, which is a developing nation that doesn't have the greatest health or sanitation system. I've traveled to Asia many, many times, and masks are commonplace. People know it's a way to keep themselves and other people healthy. It's a way to respect other people and respect your own body. It shows that you care. I encourage your board to take a stronger stance on masks. In the end, it seems like all businesses, and I am a business owner and I am pro-business, would recover more quickly if there were less illnesses and deaths. And masks will help us get there. So I'd really like to add into your discussion today what we can do with the people that are pushing back to encourage them to get on board, not hanging around. I see groups of people, large groups of people hanging around all kinds of places. I don't know if you do, but I do. And I'm not a scaredy cat, I'm not. I just don't want us to become Los Angeles or other places. We can have that happen. Thank you very much for your consideration and for all your hard work. And I hope you'll consider what I said.
Thank you, Ann. Appreciate your comments. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dane Thompson. I'm a resident of Placer County and have 2 kids in school. And this call was prompted by having 2 kids and having some uncertainty from the school board, saying that in the fall we might have school 2 days a week or have AM and PM schedules. I'm also a researcher, an engineer, and very well informed about actual science information, and I'd like to volunteer myself to be somebody that you can contact if you'd like me to give you a full brain dump of this in 3 minutes here, but let me give you a quick version of it here. So number one, thank you for your service. I know that everything you guys do is well-intentioned, but what started out as a rightfully cautious approach to COVID-19 has turned into erring on the side of safety at all costs with complete blindness to everything else. And when I say blindness, I mean that PCR testing has a 30% false negative rate. So even people that claim that science is what's guiding this, it's hard to argue that. In New York, where most of the deaths have happened, vast majority of those, in fact, around the entire country, almost everybody is over 55 has been immunocompromised or has other issues. It's not a danger to children. It's causing a lot of stress from the parents around here with kids at home not being able to work. We're working parents and we're trying to get our work done. while simultaneously teaching our kids. And it's just not, I know we all bring this up with the Board of Education as well, but it's not something that's sustainable. It's hurting the children in terms of their social development, their educational development, and there's no reason that can be given, scientific or otherwise, while it's unsafe to have kids in school. And it's really hard for me to believe, whether it's schools or phased openings, that anyone can argue any scientific or logical basis whatsoever that those help at all. And this has been proven in countries that have not social distancing. It's also true in states that have been opened and not had any issues if they've opened early, and have not still seen declining cases. A few facts about COVID-19: hospitals didn't fill up except for New York. We're putting smaller hospitals out of business. The curve was flattened with everywhere but New York. Not dangerous except for older, overweight, and immunocompromised. 3 million people die every year in the U.S. That's every year. So basically, we're creating this thing of fear of this invisible enemy, and we don't have the information to fight it. The only thing that could be useful is there's a new test by Roche. It's a new antibody test that's nearly 100% accurate, rather than the 30% false negative rate of the PCR test, and it's $34,000. That came out about a week ago. This antibody testing, it might be the first real way of actually getting a grasp of what's going on. It is completely unacceptable for public officials to limit the freedom of individuals. And number two, it's completely unacceptable to give guidance, because that will be followed by school districts. So if you give guidance to schools shouldn't open, they're not going to override you. So there should be no guidance given. You should let the schools themselves make the choice of what they want to do, because you can't back it up in science. And I'd love to have an in-detailed discussion with Dr. Sisson about this. I've talked to many of my doctor friends, and they talk about in medical school the various phases of trials and clinical data that they get. And according to them, the information out there now is basically not what you need to make any of these choices. So I'd love to have a follow-up discussion about this. I have a very small number of bullet points. But please, in the schools, there has to be certainty that they're opening. I talked to the Placer County sheriffs and our local congressmen. We're getting increased suicide, domestic violence, all kinds of negative effects, and those are actually happening. So those are things that we know. What we don't know is what the virus is doing and who has it. And there's been many cases, Santa Clara County, other countries, other cities, where we know that it's been spread far greater than we think that it has been already.
Sir, we need you to wrap up your comments.
Okay, last thing. The only long-term solution is herd immunity. The vaccine is not going to solve this. Half the population will refuse it. And it's very unlikely that it's going to happen, but if it does, you're still going to have half the people that refuse to do it. But the long-term solution is herd immunity, put people back to work, put people back in schools. Please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Dan. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
No more callers.
No more callers. All right. Thank you for your input. We'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, do we still have Dr. Sisson? Yes, we do. Okay, great. So, Doctor, March 3rd, you signed your declaration of local health emergency?
Dr. Sisson, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. And subsequent to you signing that, Todd, you signed the proclamation of the existence of a countywide local emergency also on March 3rd. That was presented to our board on March 9th for ratification, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Since March 9th, has this item been presented to our board for evaluation?
No, and if you're asking regarding the norm that you have to bring back these kind of proclamations for renewal, that was waived by the governor in his proclamation of emergency.
Okay. But yet in our resolution, we cited the government code section 8630, which in section C requires that every 60 days we have to readopt this, right? We cited that in our own resolution.
We cited it, but we cited it not knowing that actually the governor had waived that requirement.
Okay. So the governor has the authority to waive the requirement of the local emergency being reviewed at least once every 60 days. However, the governor does not have the authority to waive the requirement that, just like as it exists in state law and governs his actions in 8629, 8630, which we adopted in our resolution, 8630 clearly reads, "The governing body shall proclaim the termination of the local emergency at the earliest possible date the conditions warrant." So while we had the 60-day requirement waived, the very statute that we refer to in our own resolution requires our board to proclaim the termination of the local emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. So what are we waiting for?
You need to look at that resolution. Within that resolution, the board delegated the authority on the local health emergency to the public health officer to terminate.
So you're telling me that our board, even though we adopted the resolution to include 8630, specifically called it out, specifically said that shall be deemed to continue to exist subject to review and termination by the Board of Supervisors. It's in our resolution where the authority was us. You're telling me that we don't have the authority even though it was in our resolution?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is, in the resolution that ratified the proclamation of local health emergency, the board expressly put in a provision that delegated the authority to the health officer to determine the end of the local emergency. Now, that being said, there is nothing that precludes this board from bringing back either of those resolutions to re-review them in any manner, and if the board's majority wishes to rescind it and deem the local emergency to be ended, the board has that authority to do that.
So why, just out of curiosity, would we have to wait to a subsequent board meeting if we chose today to say the conditions on the ground do not warrant continuing a local state of emergency as defined in state law, which we adopted in our resolution? I don't know how we could have conflicting chapters or conflicting provisions in our resolution where we specifically said that the state of emergency defined by Government Code Section 8558 shall be deemed to continue to exist subject to review and termination by the Board of Supervisors pursuant to the Government Code section which gives us that authority, and yet somehow in the same thing we're saying, but we really don't have the authority. I'm struggling with that. It seems internally inconsistent to me. And then I'm also wondering why we wouldn't have the authority today to recognize the plain language of 8630 and say the governing body shall proclaim the termination of the local emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant.
Because you're subject to the Brown Act. If you want to do that, you have to notice it and put it on the agenda to consider rescission of that resolution.
So simply updating the board, the staff comes to board, gives us information that we process. We can't take any subsequent action on that. But
No,
we could,
because
we could.
nothing is noticed today
Okay.
to allow the board to take an action. This is simply an update.
Okay. So then I guess my question is, given that I think I've heard at least 3 members of this Board of Supervisors express that we don't believe that we here in Placer County have been in a state of emergency for quite some time, why hasn't staff already brought this back to us? If we knew that we had the authority to declare an end to our local state of emergency, why are we sitting here with staff not having said, I've heard at least 3 supervisors express their concern. I've never heard staff even raise the prospect of us ending the local state of emergency. And I will confess, I feel deeply ashamed that I assumed our local state of emergency expired when the order expired. I thought when, I believe it was May 2nd, we had the order expire, I thought the state of emergency expired with it. And it wasn't until a conversation yesterday with Todd where it was brought to my attention, no, we're still under our local state of emergency declaration. I am beyond frustrated that staff has very clearly heard from members of this board that we want to do everything that we can to get our businesses back open and get life back to normal. Not a new normal, normal. And I have to bring this to it.
I hear your frustration. I think that, we haven't had a conversation past the 60 days, but we have an opportunity to have further conversation. about what this board might like to do. We have been able to move into stage 2, get some businesses up and running, but there's clearly a need for other businesses to get up and running. Up in our North Lake Tahoe, all of our other businesses that are ready to go. And so we could choose to decide, do we want to have another conversation and notice it so that we can make some other decisions. That's for the board. We have that opportunity to do that. So let's have that conversation. Supervisor Gustafson?
Yeah, I was going to say I'm more than willing to meet as needed to have this vetted publicly and make a decision which way we go. I also understand that the emergency proclamation, from my understanding, when we entered into it, we didn't know where we were at. We didn't know what was going to happen, and we also wanted to make sure we could apply for all funding that might come out of having declared an emergency, and that is critical, I know, to operations. Sometimes in my previous career, we declared emergencies to make sure we were in alignment in case we needed funding because of situations. So I know funding as well as the evidence of medical need would also come into play here in making sure we could balance both of those as well, because our constituents deserve to have as much opportunity for the county to regain our funding and help them through this process as well. So I'm happy to meet to not leave this for 2 weeks, because I don't think you want to wait 2 weeks, and at least hear this and have a debate on the agenda about which way to go, if that makes sense to the rest of the board.
Supervisor Wygant?
Yeah, I'm happy to meet also, and I'll promise to have a recommendation brought back by that time, whenever it is, because I think that kind of information is, that science, that data is critical. And I would say that there was huge merit early on going forward similarly to the way we did. I always preferred local authority over state. But we needed to do something. The question, I think, is, are we doing well now? And that's a very compelling question, I think. And I'm just going to finish with one thing that I think is an example, a symbol of all of that, if you will. I've studied this as much as I've probably studied anything that's come forward at the board level, including the conservation plan probably, but today we heard, I think, from a very well-intended constituent who I think was very sincere, but it's really a flag to me, and her request was for us to endorse wearing masks. I've studied that issue a lot. I've read everything I can read about it. I've heard interviews on NPR from doctors about it. Just today in the Wall Street Journal, there was an op-ed piece written by a medical doctor arguing that short of medical quality masks in medical settings, wearing a mask was more destructive than it was constructive, and recommended against doing it. There are reasons behind those things. It has to do with the droplet particulate size, how they're spread, trying to understand how this thing actually moves around. And I think it's combined with, in the political world that we live in these days, everything is so strident that people tend to not be, as much as they used to, tolerant of just hearing somebody else's opinion. And if you offer up an opinion, it's easy to get shouted down. And there's huge policy destruction in doing something because it makes some people feel good. And I could go on about that for years, but those are the kinds of things, that's why we're here, is to daylight those things and talk about them and be representative in an intelligent and mature manner. And I'm proud of the way we conduct ourselves here. I think we have a very good board, but it's because of all of those kinds of things, I think it's time to have that conversation.
Thank you, Supervisor Wygant. Supervisor Holmes?
Oh, I'm willing to have the conversation as well, so if we need a special meeting, I'm available.
right, well, it looks like we would like to have a special meeting on this. And I think we can do a special meeting less than 72 hours.
24 hours, actually.
Let's see what we can get agendized based on other board meetings that some of us have this week as well. The one thing that I would like to ask of staff is that as we've gotten into phase 2, and we did a great job with Sherry Conway, our economic development team, working with our public health officer and her team of best practices for businesses to reopen. And I want us to start doing that for these phase 3 businesses, whether or not we follow the governor's orders or not. These phase 3 businesses need to have prep time and lead time to get ready to open. And if we saw what happened with the governor's office, they only gave a couple of days' notice, and they didn't provide sort of guidelines prior to phase 2 opening up. I think we need to have guidelines for these phase 3 businesses, work with our business community, get them ready for those businesses, for hotels, for barbershops, churches. I think that's really important, so that if the governor does allow variances, I'm hoping that he allows variances and doesn't do all of the state of California in phase 3 at the same time. We need our community partners, our businesses, to be ready to go, whatever decisions are made. So I would ask Todd that you and your team, Sherry, work together with our business community, put together some best practices for these businesses when the time is ready for them to move forward. All right, any other conversation about this topic? All right, we will close this topic. Thank you very much. And we will move to item 19A, which was pulled from the consent agenda, and this is the budget amendment for an additional award for COVID-19 crisis response and increased expenditures and grant revenues. So it looks like we've got folks on from HA.
Darlene King.
Darlene King, all right. If you would, we've got questions. Supervisor Euler, do you want to ask questions or do you want a presentation?
Just like to start with the staff presentation, then I'll reserve questions.
So Darlene, if you could give us a presentation, that would be helpful.
It's a short one, but good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. I'm Darlene King, Deputy Director of Administration for Health and Human Services, and I'm here to request your approval of the budget revision on behalf of the Public Health Communicable Disease Program to increase expenditures and grant revenues. The department has been awarded $207,057 from the California Department of Public Health Office of Emergency Preparedness to help pay for things like epidemiology, infection control, laboratory capacity, preparedness, supplies, and equipment needed to support the COVID-19 response. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
Just thank you, and I just wanted to clarify that this is, or is this, I'm sorry, I should ask a formal question. Is this revenue that is reimbursing us for expenses we've already incurred, or is this for expenditures that we have yet to make?
This is for expenditures related to COVID. I believe it goes back effective March 1st.
That's okay.
And we plan to use this money for expenditures that are forthcoming.
Okay, so it's not a reimbursement. No, that's separate and apart, right? Under the state of emergency, we've been keeping accounting for separate expenditures. So for instance, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
It is a reimbursement in that we do claim against this grant. So we will track our expenditures related to labor and materials or procurement, and we will create a claim against this grant money.
Okay. So is there anything in the description of this grant, as I read the various things, seems to be fairly broad, that would prohibit our board from using this for what Supervisor Wygant has been requesting?
We do not understand this grant to be available for research.
For research.
So while we can expand laboratory capacity and do things like purchase of supplies, equipment, and reimbursement of staff time supporting this event, epidemiology, infection control, again, preparedness. I don't read anything in it that suggests we could do research type testing.
Well, the first word is surveillance. What is surveillance? Are we buying drones? What are we do? What?
Yeah.
I mean, if would surveillance not include rates of occurrence within our population?
Jeff? We can, I don't know that answer, and we're happy to research that further, and we can also contact our state liaison on that one.
Okay, because I think you've heard this board now on a couple of occasions have a conversation about the idea of getting a kind of a baseline test of our population, and if there's any way that we could use these funds for that, which certainly, whether it's epidemiology or surveillance, it would seem that it might qualify for under both of those.
It's worth asking the question, and we do have a contact to call.
Great, thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you, Darlene. Looks like no other questions and probably no questions from the public, so we will bring this back to the board to move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Holmes, second from Mueller. Do we need a roll call on this? Yes, all right, roll call, please. Look at that, I'm learning budget amendment.
Weigand.
Yes.
Holmes. Mueller. Gustafson. Gore.
Aye. You know, and just as we finish this up, just a question, because those are separate dollars. The OES dollars are separate from the CARES dollars. And I don't know if the CARES dollars might allow for some of this, but it would be worth asking that question.
That's another one we're actually looking at. We've spoke about this as well. So we'll get information back to you on that.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, we have a couple of items, department items left, not too many, thank goodness. Now I've got to figure out where I'm at on my agenda here, so. All right, Health and Human Services, 9A, jail-based competency treatment agreement with the Department of State Hospitals. And we've got somebody, but you are on mute. And take yourself on mute or we'll unmute you, one or the other. There we go.
All right. Sorry about that.
No problem. And if you can speak up just a little bit louder, that'd be great.
Sure. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the board. This is Marie Osborne with the Adult System of Care. And on the call with me today, I have my colleague, Captain Dave Powers, the Correctional Commander for the South Placer Jail. We are here today to present the item on the Jail-Based Competency Treatment Program known as JBCT. This item does have two requests. The first request is to approve an agreement with the Department of State Hospitals for a 15-bed jail-based competency treatment program at the South Placer Jail in the amount of $6,220,677 for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the contract with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign any subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the subject matter scope of work, again, along with County Council and Risk Management's concurrence. The second request is to authorize the Director of Health and Human Services the authority to renew the agreement for 2 subsequent 2-year periods, and to execute the agreement with Risk Management and County Council's concurrence and any amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work. At this time, I would like to provide you with some background. In August 2019, your board received and approved a plan from the Sheriff's Office to move forward with the construction of a 45-bed mental health housing unit located at the South Placer Jail, utilizing SB 863 funds. During this time, the Sheriff's Office provided the board with the county's plan to enter into an agreement with the Department of State Hospitals for a 30-bed JBCT program. With the anticipated completion of the new mental health unit, Health and Human Services, with the support of the Sheriff's Office, has been offered the opportunity to enter into an agreement with the Department of State Hospitals to open a 15-bed JBCT program utilizing an existing housing unit at the South Placer Jail. The JBCT program will work closely with male inmates who are facing felony charges but have been deemed incompetent to stand trial. This JBCT program will be available to other counties throughout the state on an as-available basis. The initial contract with HHS and DSH is calculated at a rate of $374.44 per day per bed. The first year of this contract is in the amount of $2,120,559. This does include $70,500 startup funds. The subsequent years of the contract will be reimbursed annually in the amount of $2,050,059. This does require four new allocations consisting of 3 correctional officers and 1 correctional sergeant to operate the JBCT program. With the approval of this item, a new contract will also be developed with California Forensic Medical Group, known as WellPath, to conduct the clinical competency side of this JBCT program. The fiscal impact. The anticipated costs of this agreement are covered through the DHCS contract. Estimated cost increases for subsequent years have been included in the per bed rate proposed to DSH. So in summary, we respectfully request that the board approve the 2 action items, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Marie. Appreciate the report. Looks like there are no comments from board members, and we'll see if there's any comments from the public, which there are not. So we'll close public comment and bring this back. May I have a motion by Holmes, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to item 10A, which is the Transportation Planning Services Contract with Fear and Peers Agreement with Tahoe Regional Planning Agency.
Great. Good morning, or I should say good afternoon, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway, Senior Engineer with the Department of Public Works here for the first time virtually with you this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item. This is an item that we're pleased to bring forward to you this afternoon. It really highlights the collaboration and coordination that Placer has with our partners in Eastern Placer related to both environmental and economic matters. As you heard this morning, county staff has been working to answer the state's call to adjust the lens in which we analyze environmental impacts associated with transportation. The shift away from the age-old standard of level of service to a metric, to the new metric, is both the interest of Placer County as well as the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency within the basin. In early coordination on both regional and local efforts, we recognized that the Tahoe Basin would need additional coordination with TRPA, with the goal of providing a clear and unified approach for our development projects. Although the use of VMT as an environmental metric for project-related impacts associated with transportation may be new to many areas of the county and the state, TRPA has for many years required an analysis of total VMT as set forth in their Article 7 of the TRPA Bi-State Compact and corresponding thresholds. As you may know, this has been a long-standing metric, which was originally established as an indicator of water quality impacts to Lake Tahoe. Recently, the TRPA has been considering the need for an update to their threshold to better define the use of VMT as an environmental indicator for both transportation and air quality concerns. With the state of California also focused on similar environmental issues, as evidenced with 743 requirements, a portion of the county could be subject to 2 overlapping environmental review standards for project development within the Tahoe Basin. For this reason, the county and TRPA wish to work together to create a unified technical foundation which will inform each agency's project evaluation process. with the ultimate goal of creating a seamless, coordinated process for project applicants to address 743 and Article 7 requirements. Staff is proposing to utilize an existing supplier contract with Fair and Peers to provide transportation planning support services for this effort. We're requesting that the current contract be amended to cover the complete cost of the work as outlined in the attached scope of services from Fair and Peers, and allow for a time extension for the anticipated schedule of the work. County and TRPA staff have developed a mutual agreement, which is also attached in your packet. The agreement identifies roles and responsibilities for each agency, as well as a cost-sharing framework for the work. Placer County will be responsible for no more than 25% of the Fair and Peers invoice costs, with a not to exceed amount of $45,000. TRPA will be required to reimburse the county for the agreed upon portion of those costs. So with that background, the two actions that we're requesting this afternoon for item 10A are that your board, one, approve an intergovernmental agreement with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the agreement. And two, approve amendment to supplier contract number 101986 with Fair and Peers for transportation planning services to increase the not to exceed amount to $180,200 and extend the term of the contract to December 31st of 2020, as well as authorize the purchasing manager or designee to execute the contract. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Appreciate it. It looks like there are no questions from board members, nothing from the public. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval.
A motion by Gustafson, second by Euler. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will move next to our closed session and County Council.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 3 items of existing litigation and 1 item of anticipated litigation.
Great. Thank you. We'll be back. And let's go ahead and have County Council report out from closed session.
The board met in closed session to consider 3 items of existing litigation. In Cole versus County, the board heard a report and provided direction. Boyle versus County, the board authorized defense of the named defendants. Lloyd Dillon Jones versus Derek Tenderick et al., the board authorized defense of named defendants. In 1 item of anticipated litigation, Williams versus Leeds, the board heard a report and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Karen. And it looks like we have no other board business before the board, so we will adjourn until, other than with Cindy, happy birthday. Fortunately, everybody else is tuned out, so you're fine. Nobody knows that you are older. So we will adjourn to our special meeting whenever that is noticed for sometime this week. Thank you, everyone.